We're live. The audio level.
Video is going to play.
Alright. I guess the best we can do is give it a shot. Let's see. How long does it take to switch over?
It takes about 30 seconds.
You missed the vote. Alright.
There we go. Okay, we are live.
Green.
Livingston and Associates. There's that camera control. Yeah. And now we get Chris walking.
We tried. Not much technical difficulty, which is good.
That's our view. We are streaming. We should be able to go.
Alright. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it very much. So welcome. Tonight, hopefully here for the distracted driving question shows. We lost the feed up on the screen.
It's back.
So distracted driving is the flavor of the day. So you hear all about it everywhere we go. You see promos and ads on TV these days. It is not an easy thing to make. I hope today is going to spend very hard for 45 minutes talking about the idea of distracted driving, what it is. We're going to look at it from this perspective. How do we avoid accidents? How do we avoid accidents and distractions and attention, being a little too focused on something?
Can you reload that?
After we kind of set the stage for how distractions go, we're going to talk a little bit about the potential costs of things, big picture and small picture, and we're going to kind of do a little bit of pressure on where the skills and tools that will help you man out of distractions. Please feel free to ask questions about your interest in it, where the session works best, or we're giving you feedback. With that said, I'm going to show a short video of here that some of you may have seen it. It was put out by AT&T, the public service announcement. After we watch that, we can talk about what we saw for a couple of minutes.
You should be hearing something. Do you have to connect the speaker?
No, it should be doing mute. What's up? Yeah. Alright, so we're going to skip out early and back up the pool and be ready to play. I'm good with whatever.
We have this section turned
Okay, so now, well, don't worry, we are about to become circular anyway. A lot of it over $200 million. I gotta take a trouble with it.
Yeah, it's still getting good so much. Okay, turn your volume down on the help out with the distortion things.
That weird.
So I've seen lots of different public service announcements. We've seen lots of videos out there. We keep hearing the drift, distracted driving. I keep coming back to this particular video because to me, it's about a minute shorter than perfect. But what it does is it paints that picture that happens to so many of us all the time. And Joe, we're going to talk about distracted driving in the big picture. This tends to be one of the biggest culprits. And it's becoming more pervasive, and the laws are trying to change and catch up with that. But the bottom line is, we all take action, both positive and negative, that can lead to distraction, that can lead to accident. In that particular video, you saw real quickly a glance down, a glance up, and that's it. I'm going to give you, this is not statistics, I haven't looked it up, I'm going to be the most dangerous thing that any of us does every day of our lives in the public road. Because there is a certain expectation, we put our faith in all the other drivers out there to follow certain set of rules and expectations. And we're all going to adhere to this sort of uniformity out there, and anybody deviating from that, you take chances with. So, with that said, again, you're going to see put some statistics up here. We're going to talk about some different things, but the single largest contributing factor in traffic crashes today is distracted driving. Period. Not just cell phones, but then we'll need an indicator. We can talk about statistics all day long. These are a few years old. They haven't changed drastically. They're ticking up. The number of people killed by distracted driving is 2015, 3,500, 4,000 people. We're looking at 400,000 injured in crashes and accidents. This is the number of people that suggest that any given time is on a phone while they're on the highway. These numbers have all tight in terms of accidents on the freeway from low to mid 30,000s every year. Now we're taking up to the high 30s, up to 40s, so the numbers are rising once again. So what does it all mean? Now, doing some research and pulling some stuff off the internet, this is actually what I'm about to give you is going to be from a law firm. This is how a law firm is looking at some types of accidents where they have a chance to prosecute. Distracted driving is number one. No surprise there. I spoke about all the statistics telling us what we're going to do. Any ideas of what the next couple, 2, 3 might be? Drunk driving, drowsy driving, very similar drunk and drowsy achieve similar effects on the body. Slow response time, not as alert, able to react. What else? Weather conditions. Weather conditions. Speed, number 2. Why? Why do you think speeding is on? What happens when you're driving above the speed limit? In addition to driving at the speed limit? What's the impact on us as drivers? Reaction time is compromised. We got less time to react and receive. Drunk driving was mentioned. Reckless driving. Number 4 on the list. Interesting one too is the last one. What did they rain. Reckless driving. What is reckless driving?
Be aggressive.
Be aggressive, taking chances. What's that? Right, you're late, so you're rushing around. What other thoughts?
Stop sign completely.
Rolling stop signs, running red lights. Taking chances. Calculated risks. And let's not kid ourselves, I'm a human being too. We're all making calculated risks kind of every day, not just in our driving habits, but in our life. Calculated. But when I look at these top 5, they're really interesting. And for those of you old enough to remember Sesame Street, remember which one doesn't belong? Which one stands out of those 5? Rain. Right, rain's weather related. But what are the other 4? What is a common theme or common denominator or common element to distracted driving, speeding, drunk driving, and reckless? Controlled choice. Surprisingly easy. I heard not really. Anybody think it's easy? How many of you had this experience before? You drove A to B. You know there are traffic lights and stop signs along that route, and you don't remember a single one of them. But you got from A to B. Did you break the law? Probably not. You probably were a little late to stop. But we have some ability to sort of suspend some of what is involved in the act of driving when we do it repetitively over and over. So, those top 4 are all a choice. So we all have a little bit of control in controlling distracted driving. But it is a choice, it is discipline. They're in the magic word, right? Discipline. So, I used to ask the question, what are some of the distractions? But, eating, talking, texting. Now we have fiddling with GPS, whether it's on our phone or the one built into our vehicles. Some of you have vehicles with the interactive, software where you can talk to the computer and tell it to program certain things or make phone calls, answer type of stuff. So we have a lot of tools at our disposal, but we still have the act of doing things, such as those listed up there, that are going to have an impact on our ability to operate a motor vehicle. Car, pickup truck, straight truck, tractor trailer setup, kind of doesn't matter. We're still operating a vehicle. It takes time and energy, and we're doing it sometimes sort of suspending the tools of our cognitive ability to operate that vehicle.
So, the purpose of the vehicle.
What are the risks of distraction? We've already talked about some of them. Slow reaction time. Exactly, sometimes late in the day, sun's in your eyes, head a little warm, you feel a little bit on the drowsy side. And most of us become aware of that a little bit. You start to feel like, ooh, we want to close one eye just for a minute. Right? We can tell our reaction time is being slow. Most of us will manage that and burn ourselves out. Missing traffic signal signs, I just told you about driving A to B, what kind of things that can happen. When we are distracted, we have slow reaction time, and a greater likelihood of hitting something that is in front of us when we manage that distance. And these are all things that lead up to crashes. Now, these are just statistics that give us some different effects, but the increased risk of a crash, reading. There was a time when it was reading newspapers, and now it's reading things on our phones and looking down at our phones. The act of looking away from operating vehicle and out the windscreen. Looking around. An interesting thing that happened to me some years ago when my daughter was young, in the back seat, in the car seat, pulled the strap, harness in. Saturday, I was driving someplace, plenty of room between the vehicle in front of me and where I was at. Saw a house being built, I looked over for a minute, I looked back, and there's brake lights in front of me. Right? None of us ever had that experience. Whoa! You take your brakes. Plenty of time to slow down, but it was aggressive slowing down. And I hear my 4-year-old in the back seat, being saying, Dad, what are you doing? Why a little G-force to it? When we sit in the passenger seat on the driver's seat, when we're doing the distance control, we know what's going on, we get impacted by this. The whole point is looking around, distracted, looking out the window, thinking things, being sleepy. I'm amazed when you're in your driving, that increase your crash risk by 6 times. Drunk driving is the same thing. Slow reaction time is really what it comes down to. Reaching for something, right? Coffee spills, you pick up the force, taking the damage. Going goes up, seat, sandwich falls someplace, reach for it, thing over there, you see the lots of fun, you can't use it at the station for it, until the police is done. I don't think I haven't done anything myself. So, text me 23 times. That's the magic one that jumps to the top of the heap, right? From 3 to 5 to 6, 9, 23. Why such an increase in the likelihood of crash, the risk factor of crash, texting versus some of these others?
It takes you to either read or respond.
Yeah, time your eyes are rare.
Wonderful.
I'm just going off the road. I heard somebody mention one time in a training session, I thought it was really good, to the point, one sentence, waiting to look at something, not looking to hit it.
Person may.
Okay, there's distracted driving, it's simple. It was that simple. I wouldn't be seeing it coming. But the idea is, the more things we do, the more time we take our attention off the road, the greater likelihood we have of being involved in an accident. Costs, I mentioned to you when we were picking this thing up, there are costs associated. The biggest cost is the loss of life or the damage here. Okay? But there's also financial costs that go with it. What are some of those? Well, when we look at just the risk factors and when accidents happen, 1 in 4 times the commercial vehicles involved in an accident, rear-ending collision, driver inattention, and excessive speed 3 out of 4 times. Rear-endings result in almost a quarter of the injuries. The average cost, the number sitting behind it, thing up on the screen here, $63,000. Average cost for a rear-ending accident. Now, some of you may have said economics and safety type presentations before we have the direct cost. The $63,000 is the direct cost. So when you start doing the indirect costs, we think up to 4 times or more. We get into the neighborhood maybe at $250,000 just for easy math. $250,000 you got to make up. Working across margins of 3, 4, 5%, you're talking $1 million in work just to make up those losses. Well, $63,000. Now, as a side note, this is economic in the world. Maybe you're feeling this in your personal lives. Auto insurance is going like this, especially in the commercial world. Vehicles cost more to repair these days. I got a lot more electronics now. You look at a rear bumper cross side, it should cost $2,000. All right, that's just all the sensors, the radars, and everything. And when people get hurt with accidents, medical costs are going. So we have spending going up. And the insurance companies are having to charge more and more and more money. The commercial world is huge right now, and the personal world, we're all feeling a little bit each year is going up. So more economic costs. Distracted driving, so this is for the DOT drivers, if any of you are CDL drivers or commercial drivers driving any regulated vehicle in the room. About 8, 9 years ago, I think it was, 2010, okay. DOT passed a regulation that said if you are caught on a handheld cell phone, you could be fined personally up to $2,700 and the company $11,000. And they started enforcing it about 2 years after the fact. So there's just dollars and cents. The top one, most states have taken being talking on a cell phone from a secondary offense to a primary offense. If I'm an officer and see you holding a handheld phone, I can pull you over for that. I mean, driving, tail without it's now a primary offense. Oftentimes they're on the phone, so the case comes down, but that is okay, so now let's get to the idea of when an accident actually happens in this world. Lots of things happen. The first thing is people get hurt, oftentimes worse. And spending enough time on the roadways, I'm sure you've actually just seen it. I feel like in the last 5, 6 years, I've seen more accidents than I did in 30 years, right? When people get hurt or worse, lawyers get involved. Grew up out here, I haven't been out here in a long time. I don't know the local law firms are that are advertising on TV all the time. But across the state, when they released the laws about 20 years ago, allowing law firms to promote their stuff on TV, we now have all kinds of opportunity to be involved. Once an action occurs, information is gathered. So if I'm a plaintiff's attorney, and I'm looking to file a lawsuit against a concern or a company, starting to reduce the reward for that insurance cost, what's the kind of information I'm looking for to build a case? Negligence, okay. And you want to prove negligence, you need facts. What kind of facts are you looking for? Cause, okay. And what are the things that are going to lead us to determine who's at fault, hopefully the driver of the vehicle that caused the accident? Things the driver did wrong. Motor vehicle records. Alright? You get a speeding ticket out there in the world that goes on your driving record. That's one of the things. So motor vehicle record can be taken. GPS data. GPS data, the latest and greatest. That GPS data is wonderful on one hand and it can hurt us really bad on the other hand. It's very unfair. Where were you driving? How were you driving? For those of you unaware, telematic devices and not every vehicle has them, all depends on how they're produced. If they're triggered to measure safety driving, they're going to measure speed. They're going to measure harsh braking, acceleration, and corner. So how aggressive are you driving that vehicle? The accelerometers are reading hard turns, and everything you're going left or right, you empty your seatbelt this way and that way, you're stomping on the brakes, the car accelerating. That's all getting picked up. For years, I counseled companies on trying to use these devices. This is how you modify driving behavior. If I'm a management person or safety person, I get in your cab to ride with my ride along. Okay, if you're smart, you drive really good while I'm with you. I get out of the truck, we all default back to our old habits. So the GPS data is tracked. For those of you who were not aware of that, since the mid-90s, all vehicles produced in the United States have black boxes. Most of those black boxes are going to trigger the last 5 feet of the lane. Hard braking, hard cornering, etc., hard acceleration, things like that. So we're looking, good lawyers going to assemble information, they're going to look for your motor vehicle records. This person had 2 speeding tickets in the last year. Might not seem like a big deal, but here's what we know about speeding. You don't get a ticket until what, 12, 15 over speeding, typically, unless you're construction or school zone. So, in fact, a big ticket is always an indicator of whether you're a good driver or not. We're going to take the GPS data, if it's in there, we're going to get the black box data. What else are you going to do? Exactly. Now you're going to discover the cell phone record. Where do you want to phone at the time of the accident? You're driving. Maintenance record. Commercial vehicle DOT record. Okay, so if you're a commercial driver and regulated, how often you get tickets to the DOT inspector? So now I take all this information and I send it and I use this one. And I create a narrative. That company did maintain the vehicle. The brakes were slack, the tires were bald, the driver had 2 speeding tickets. We got GPS data and the black box data telling us they're driving the little records. It's a slam dunk. Why do insurance carriers come to companies to get insurance saying you need to do this, 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 and this? It is to be able to defend a case. Plain and simple. So whether you like that stuff or not, that goes to defending your actions. And also holding accountable. So, we start assembling all this deal, lawsuits happen, and things get out. Understand that. And please, for your own personal benefit, understand we're tipping into a new world to civil action. If you aren't driving, if you have a history of problems, if you are reckless behind the wheel deemed in many different ways, it is possible for people to go after you now civilly. If you don't have any money, maybe it's not a big deal. You got some assets built up, you got some savings, so to speak. So be aware that for your own personal benefit. I do this for a living. I have been modifying my driving habits for years. I am not perfect. I'm never claim to be. But I'm conscientious of it so much of the time now where I work. So, driving. What is it? An action? Behavior? Habit? Behavior. All 3. It's all 3. Driving is a privilege, as we hear oftentimes, that we tell our kids oftentimes when they want to. It's a privilege, you don't know that, right? But it is all three, folks, all right? So it comes down to choice. Now let's talk about the science, the degree of distracted driving. Distractions. Our brains are not wired to multitask, yet we all do it, not just behind it. All day long we're multitasking. There are distractions that steal certain attention away from the active operating coordinator. That's what we're talking about. Vision. Any action that takes your eyes off the road is a visual distraction. Looking at your phone through the visual one, using your phone in some capacity, looking down at it. Reaching for a sandwich, reaching for a coffee, reaching for a notepad to take notes because you're on the phone so hey, again, we're all not immune to some of these actions. Maybe some of you have gotten to the point where you turn it off and you don't use it. If you have, great. For most of us, we're working on managing those actions today. Manual distraction, something that takes your hands off the wheel. Maybe we all do or don't anymore, use two hands when you're driving up. Maybe take your hands off the wheel initially. Then there's the cognitive element. What takes our brain off the road? A to B. Stop lights and traffic lights, stop signs, you don't go there and you don't come down here. Your brain is disconnected, your body is active. You drive the same vehicle over and over, you have that, you know where everything is, how to adjust, you never have to take your eyes off. When we disconnect our brain from the act of driving, we're taking the main tool that helps us see and react. We'll talk about following this and other things, but what disengages your brain from the act of driving is the biggest problem out there, the biggest culprit. I'm not going to bother with that, it's just an example or a test. What we think versus what we do. Almost all of us, 9.5 out of 10, 95 out of 100 think distracted driving and the act of using smartphones is dangerous. Yet, 3/4 of us, or 7 out of 10 of us, do. What does that tell you? We almost universally think it's dangerous, yet 7 out of 10 of us do. Have it? Absolutely. What else? The way I read that is it's not me, it's you. I do it, it's you. That's that sense of, that's not denial, we all kind of, we all have opinions of ourselves probably higher than the average person might see us. But when I look at those numbers, they say that you're still doing it, I can do it. My problem. Whoops. There's a different view of that. What's our first step? There's a doozy. Okay, so after doing some of these. Now, again, more statistics, there's a bunch of them on here. Earlier when I test pilot, of course I couldn't read these, so I grew up with one to be the most interesting. Driving, done by Carnegie Mellon. Driving while using a cell phone reduces the amount of brain activity associated with driving by almost 40%. Reduces brain activity. That's that cognitive part. If I'm awake and looking at something, I'm not likely to hit it. But I can be awake and looking at something and not really see it. I'm looking at it, but I'm not seeing it. Any of you ever seen that one video 5 years ago, the circle of half a dozen people bouncing basketball? They tell you to count the number of times the ball bounced. A gorilla walks through the whole thing. Most people are so focused on the counting of the rooms, they never see a guy in gorillas walk. You watch that second thing. It's interesting. Those brain science things you see on TV are often interesting how we kind of allow ourselves to do manipulate. Anybody hear that last line? Alright, I'm going to set that up again. This is driving hand. You got a picture in the driver and it's out. He comes to what either looks like a rotary or a T intersection. He goes around, the front end of the truck, they both go. He rolls. Example. those vehicles rolled in front of you, it's like the red light, so instead of running red light, you roll off, you actually roll later up. Hold up, and you're fine. I used to have another one, another driveway once going driving, two guys, road trucks driving separately, 30 miles an hour urban driving, one guy gets off, go ring, he looks down, looks back up, and come on. 30 mile an hour speed, 1 second, I didn't count the boxes. 1 second, guys mile off the road, and they get off. Slow speed attack. That's property damage, you fix it, so people get hurt, and all things. It's just so easy to be distracted, get into that space of life. Intersections. Why are they dangerous? 63% of it. No, that's it. What is it about intersections that's different than driving along on a highway? Change directions, multiple change directions, right?
You can be creative with the rules.
It's always the person outside your vehicle, not me. What else? Cross traffic scientific looking from, that's becoming a primary thing in some states. No stopping the light and looking down your phone. Speed changes, directional changes, more things to see, react to pedestrians, bikes, kids, dogs, whatever. The roads change, but a lot of them are not. We're not just coming along one direction. Couple intersection videos here, short ones. Two-way stop, straight through traffic, stop sign.
119 should be at cars doing 55 miles an hour as well. They do have to stop. Oh my gosh! Last few years, your drivers involved in a serious accident. So the county is talking about this. The car pulls for a truck moving 65 miles an hour. Like driving with that red car.
Two-way stop, now you also had to do
on 53rd Street on 55 miles an hour.
Carbon blocks, take all the cars from you. Then you go across the other
35 miles an hour.
So then you go
Stop.
you know, emphasizing certain things, intersections, just change the dynamics. We've seen this before on America's Funniest Video or one of those types of shows. This car stopped, the car's coming the other way stop. Yeah. Remarkably, that kid wasn't hurt that bad. This person just blew up the light. Why? Some of it, not paying attention, looking at the phone, could have been any reason we don't use that. But I show both those videos because it's the kind of quick story. I used to work for Travelers, Service Municipal Department. I became a food specialist for a number of years. Co-worker of mine from different state colleagues talked about something. Hey, I tell you a story I thought you would be interested in. When I do some job site visits with the safety department, as soon as we got in the car, we get down to the store and stop. Comes to stop sign, stops, looks both ways, well, stop and goes to when you stop, do the same thing. The traffic, red light stops. Similar types of things, how do you disconnect between the active driver? All we're doing is driving, paying attention. We all know this. But if we're distracted talking on the phone, we're in a different world. One of the things to keep in mind is something. We're picking on them today where they are going in terms of distracted driving. They draw our attention because so many people have the chimes, the beeps, the alerts, the rings, the rings of the phone, the next shift, whatever. It's hard sometimes to not deal with it. But here's some of the realities. What do the laws say about it? What are realities? Guess what? Guess what the research tells us? Goes to that. It's not the physical life. The physical life is when I'm doing this. Right, I'm looking down. 7 numbers, they done good at it, they give us a quick dial and they can use voice command. Active talking on the phone takes your brain. For most of you in this room, if you're on the phone during work while you're driving, what are you on the phone about? Work related. Oftentimes someone's calling you the problem you got. Or they got a problem themselves and calling you to help solve the problem. Your brain is connected to the problem. They've done testing studies that MRIs the crack stage of brain while people are driving and talking on the phone. When you're on the phone, it's kind of like, picture this, if you're driving with somebody next to you in a conversation, you got peripheral vision, you can kind of pull out, they're there. When they're not there, your brain works differently, it images them differently. You're picturing them, picturing the problem back to your brain. You're taking cognitive power away from the act of driving. The equivalent, they slightly the equivalent to stretch your hand out, taking a ball, and that's what the tunnel is. You're looking through that, blocks out, having the distraction blocks out all the peripheral vision. Those who are not aware of this, peripheral vision is how you get that perception motion. Most of the time when we're at something looking out, we can see motion, but we can't. But we are alerted to that motion and we gotta react. So, what does all this mean? It means in order to see things, talking on the phone, whether it's speech where you're not in the distraction. I will say to you, take this away today and nothing else. Your attention while driving is very much like exercise. You can't exercise a muscle all the time, 100% of the time. All day long, 8, 10, 12 hours, you're working a muscle. You gotta work it and relax, work it and relax. Your attention, you have to treat it the same way. Highway, you're the interstate, county road, you got a little less going on around you, you can pull it back a little bit, relax. When you get into more congested areas, intersections, you gotta bring it back. Traffic starts to slow down on the highway. You need to stop what you're doing and not focus on what's going on in front of you. And there's $60,000 in accident. Practice. It takes practice at any good exercise or any good muscle. Work at it, you get better at it. So if you get into something 10 times a day, you should try not. Try it. I'm not naive to think just stop doing it. It's cool, use it. But pick and choose what you use so that you are managing. I am going to skim a few of these next topics. What I'd like to talk to you after strategy driving concept is some of the things that, defensive driving strategies. We'll skim over a few of them up in this note, but I just kind of want to alert these things. Fatigue, okay? We talked about it being similar to drunk driving. Here you go. Ready, guys. One more day. Up one.
So we're
Couple seconds. Once you watch it and kind of relax it. The brain starts to fade, and the eyes start letting it back. Again, if you know what's better, it's for the next 10 minutes, your heart's pumping, your ground towards the edge, your blood is beating. Be careful with your crash after that in a little bit. Fatigue is similar to alcohol, a lot of damage going on. 1 in 10 people have said that in over a 1-year study have admitted to falling asleep behind the wheel. 1 out of 8 have been involved in hospitalized in many crashes. 1 in 16 fatality. Statistically, it's been, it just keeps happening. You gotta manage it. Sometimes you're on the road for a long weeks away, you're trying to get home, you're out of time for work, and attention levels. Talk a bit about your ranking already. Right? This is the only area around your vehicle you can control. You can't control us right behind. Following this is the hardest thing to maintain. If you give enough space, someone's going to fill that, especially with traffic problems. What's required to stop in time? You got to see it, you got to react to it. The mechanics of your system have to engage, and then you have physical friction that's going to go on. Worse than bad weather, dry roads is what it is. So here's the question to you: what are the following distances in seconds? Because for those driving long enough, we see the number of vehicles. 10 miles an hour with vehicle. Now we go to counting seconds behind. Passenger vehicles, light vans and pickups, utility box trucks, heavy trucks. What's the following distance for passenger vehicles? 3 seconds. Anybody think it was 2? When you first started, it was 2. We've gone to 3. If you've ever tried it or haven't tried it, try it. Count. Vehicle front, you pass the pole, line, right in the middle line, you pick the hatches, and just count. Always interesting. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 2 is enough time to go pay attention all the time. Stop. 3 gives us that. I look down for it, I glance up, I look over there. Whoops. I heard the chime. All these things. 3 seconds is a lot. If I see 3 seconds for those vehicles. How about the trucks? Van trucks, utility trucks. 4 seconds. Big rigs. 6 or 7. 6 or 7. And that is hard to make. Because if you're going back, okay. I'm not telling you these are tools we have kind of at our disposal, but it is something to think about and manage. Alright, there's some graphics here. Kind of still stabilized. The big concern is having to swim out and then you run the water off, you water around water. Probably not that much. Those numbers keep going up. 80, 82, 85, 87, 89. Probably looking at you right now. I remember the seatbelt while we did the I didn't want my seatbelt. I'm convinced. And on highway trips, that's what I do. And I get a little at around town. And I get passengers. This is no longer happening. Seatbelt wasn't doing it. My point is, it's one of those things where I'll do addicts, try to cultivate it. Now I get in the vehicle, I'm in the store, I got half a mile on the road to my house, I pull out with my seatbelt on, and I'm hurry on the road, and put it on. Put it on, 24 around. Put it on, 24 around. The rest of it. Make those good choices. You may think, you just stand on the soapbox and you're right at it. Distracted driving is a choice, riding down the road is a choice. Privilege, respect the other people on the road, and ultimately, I said from the beginning, single stages, any of us doesn't any given day. I don't have to say I can prove that other than 40,000 people there dying on the highway, or than any other reason. We put our hands on other people's things. Think about it this way, 60 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, there's no barrier between you. It only takes 15 deviation to speed. And most of us experience that already. And you always know that person not pulling in front of you, right? Slow down, speed up, then you just gotta check that. Speeding up with it. Distracted driving is a choice. Huge thing. I say to people before, to be honest, 10 times a day, try to be 9 times a day. Try to manage. Even for a day, 2 days a week, ask yourself out. See where you fall in that spectrum of because we can all multitask and cheat as thoughts, comments, questions. It's easy to drive physically. It's not easy to drive even for any all the time. Doesn't you spend enough time on the road? Maybe it's around town driving, 30, 40 mile trips, 10 miles an hour driving, doesn't save enough time, 2 minutes. 200 mile trip, 10 miles an hour faster, that's some time, usually in an interstate that. Recognize the speed is the beginning of the vehicle. And fight that impulse curve. I fight all the time. I have that DNA. When we start passing, it's going a little faster. I don't know why. Why does that happen? It is a race. Life's a race. Human race. So I try to lose some of those thoughts. What can we do to manage the active driving? Okay, so some of you may be familiar with the Smith system of driving. Some basic concepts. Long distance scanning, you're looking down the road. If you're on a highway, you're looking about a quarter mile. If you're in town, a couple blocks ahead. Bottom line is trying to give yourself 10, 12, 15 second lead time visually to see what's happening. Give yourself time to react. For cushion sake, you got kind of that following. That one area you have to control over, can't control those other areas around. Lean connected, know where you're going. You're looking in the mirror. Most people sort of depressed. You're looking around on your left. See how people ride in here. Where they go, where you shoot back out, and all those things. That's good. That's a way to see it. Look like you're riding. Be seated. You are best sound construction, not just in the road, but even on the private off-site areas. It's visual, giving some break up so you are more visible. As a driver, especially for those like these vehicles, small vehicles versus big vehicles, we got to see that in the line stop, big trucks, small cars. I get frustrated on highways, go through lanes. I'm in the right lane, someone's passing for a while, and they get kind of in that back corner and just match your speed and up. Drives me nuts. But I fight the impulse to dump things. Slow down, speed up, do something so we get out of that spot. Yeah, I can see in my mirror, and not visually easily. Be seen. Whether you're in someone's blind spot or whether someone's in your blind spot, you're managing it. Know your shopping. Car is one thing, pick up things another. Pick up towing the trailer is a different thing. Dump truck unloading, dump truck loading. Tack trucks, with an option without, liquid insulation on water trucks. All have different handling characteristics. I'm not telling you you don't know what to deal with these things, but know what you're driving and how it's going to react and give yourself that added cushion you need to see. Tricks, strategies, the habits, and skills required to manage it are: one, be alert, be present in your driving, do some of that obvious common sense mistakes, out, inline steering. I appreciate that attention. Thanks to the lake shark and sharing with us while we are getting technical stuff up. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Have you ever used the, how many seconds? If you're going 55 miles an hour, you go.
I meant to get to that.
That was good.
I do it all the time.
Distract yourself? This is the worst thing ever.
I know.
I was actually waiting for you to say something like, we're all done. Just taking a long stretch, you go down Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and get on 95 and in here. I want to let that guy in.
I wanted to get there, but someone
Right, you know what I'm saying? I actually rear ended a guy coming back home. Because it's a miracle. I know I was stuck in the 95.
there was something I didn't say. We get behind the gear muscle, the chemistry or brains.
Yeah, you think it's protected no matter what.
It's a gear muscle kind of
Yeah,
mindset.
pretty much. Absolutely. That was good though.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, I can't help but wonder how many of the folks in this room are going to walk out of here and they know everything you said was correct, but then they're going to get a call while they're driving from their boss and they said, I got to answer.
You got the color.
Leave into it. I felt like
So I was good presentation. I wanted to ask you, one reason I did that, no defensive driving instructor. And an instructor trainer. Yeah, an instructor trainer. But I'm also the chairman of a Genesee Valley Figure Lake Region PDC, which will hold the assembly of each of the PDC. We're always looking for speakers. And I've wondered about getting a presentation on distracted driving. That's what I'm talking about. Genesee Valley Figure Lake Region. Yeah, I'm the chair of that program.
I'm so sorry about this morning.
They updated the software. You did. Okay, I never got to meet you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember the name now. I never got into that program. So
Now it's doing fine.
it's December 2nd. You got a card?
I sent him an email, phone persist to keep.
Don't say about that. I
Every
said
3 minutes, and then they got the updated
Andy Kaufman
address and
pointed a finger at me.
That helped.
And I just told Andy he's off my Christmas list.
Okay,
No,
cool. So can we talk to you? We put speaker today, but I'm not sure yet.
this is a good one. This is a good one, and given a little more time, we've got to press in the beginning. I just want to make sure I didn't
Stop for a minute.
First one, first slide up to the next one, and we'll
You're doing
get that on the
DOT
screen.
compliance?
I gotta go catch some lunch, but I want to come back and
I don't want to be rude, but I'd like to hear at least.
Bring me some on the way.
Okay. I do that too. All right, no worries. Okay.
I would probably delay the start just a little bit.
Okay.
You can do the back way through the.
I might, and just, it's, no matter whether you come from there or there, I'm managing 22 of the truck drivers that are here. Okay. And I want to make sure they.
You're the lucky one.
Yeah, I'm the lucky one. But I also get to watch the other 300 vehicles.
Well, unfortunately, this is a great thing.
DOT compliance? Well, it's huge. It is. Not just and it's not always consistent. Well, yeah, they are, but
Okay, we need to be sure.
First section is. It's a pretty special conversation because I've been tweaking and playing with this thing for a while.
This is a good one.
It's hard to know what to cover.
Yeah, defensive driving,
I'll see what I can do for you. Thanks.
But it's very prevalent.
Can I escape?
Do I hold the power to let you go?
No, I do.
Yeah, I just put the first slide up on the screen and you don't know what's coming.
There were guys that were
I know.
No audio here.
We should move
No
though.
video here, unfortunately.
And in about 5 seconds, that'll switch over. And I think they were all on the other side, too. Look at that, he wound up in his back seat. What's the other?
Prevent me from going out and buying fever about
You need to kill him. Oh, I don't know why it's in there.
How old are you?
18.
Where?
I don't know what it is. And then I never understood.
I'm an old bald guy. First thing you're going to do. It's pretty good at speaking in public.
Well, I'm not worried about it.
What?
It took a little while. I was trying to be real.
Yeah.
I get a little soapboxy.
Well, that's part of it. Well, no, but so I think some of that is the information you need to convey right now. Yeah, that's if your car's going, you were saying earlier, if your car's going 55, you're doing about a little less than 100 feet a second. And then when you see 40, and then it takes how long for you to register a change in something in front
Well,
of
they
you?
said perception is about 3/4 of a second, reaction is about 3/4 of a second, appendix is about a second and a half.
You could demonstrate that and we'll try to walk it out.
I was standing in the field watching the kid over there on the field. I've been with this phenomenon as my eyes are in the sun. Both at night and at night. I need reading glasses, and my vision from distance is still far, but somewhere in between where I can see far away very well and I can't see up here, that's sometimes I see something. It's not that I can't see, but my processing of it is slower than it wants me to be. Oh, just that the world's that just I'm running to be involved. So the thought from here to here it goes through, it's detoured a few times.
One basketball and the rest of volleyball. I was looking at them earlier. You should see this place. Yeah, I've never seen it.
This is the second time I've been here. The other time was 2 or 3 years ago for the bike. That also.
Yep. But it's volleyball courts all over there. They got baseball at one end, they got cross at the other end. And my buddy's from
Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. Can't play anymore.
Coaching living in Colorado, I could think of two worse things.
Yeah.
Stand in front of people and do public speaking.
He does that too. He does life coaching. But he's not going to have the kind of older years you might expect. So many. But it's the life of a pro athlete. Yeah. I never got it. The only I can do is ski. That I'm good at.
How was the snow this year out here?
Oh, I was in Colorado.
Where were you at?
Just with the veterans that show here. Too often.
I went out for 2 years in a row back in the playground. Took up some
Even the snowshoeing cross country out there, I think.
We got off the trail early in the morning. Went on like the backside. It was just fresh. Room here and room there too.
Beautiful things.
It was the first time in my life that I just swoosh side to side. I didn't have to drive my knee into the hill so hard it hurt.
Yep.
I was not faster than I could have. I was sort of at the end of it.
Great. You ski slowly in the trees a lot now because it's where the fresh snow is.
I remember trying to. There's techniques that I had no practice with, and I liked, but lean back.
There's new wide speeds. No lean back. It's still straight center. And a little bit of speed as you finish and get some float.
Double the board. Most of the 860.
And if you're playing sports,
We'll be doing these meetings now, probably.
yeah. My voice used a ton of equipment ever since the late 70s. I used immersion. Yeah, do I get sore? Yeah. Does it stop me? No, this is different. So I got the, this is up now, so they know what's coming. He's got a CDL with explosive endorsement, passenger endorsement, and all that stuff.
Because I'm not certified to transport hazardous passengers.
I could just have some beans and I could be explosive.
No, that's so
Yeah, nothing go line.
Yes. It's strangely enough, actually prefer 11. I enjoy the flavor of it. That's me. Yeah, everything's fine. We have to swap out the Mac laptop, Mac Pro top, because the open office version of PowerPoint does not like what was created in Windows. So we have the lady up there now is using the lady up there now is using Grid Byte, so we can go back and twice. So she's the room up there is dark, the room down there is dark for this hour. So, and they're just going all day long.
Yes, wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I don't know how. Anybody use their sheet?
I think we both links were playing. Should that be?
Is it still tripping over there? So I pulled the property.
I think so.
No. Okay.
No, you guys okay?
Okay, now what do you think? You'll notice?
So, welcome to the second session today. Everybody still awake? Yes.
Something
We're going to be doing an overview of DOT compliance for the next for an hour. I'm assuming most of you are regulated, but maybe CDL drivers in the room, and you probably know enough about the regulations to know an hour's time is going to be you guys.
I don't know.
No?
That said, we try to get some of the
He's kind of on autopilot. I was going to sit here for just a minute and grab some audio master.
If I do not know the answer, I will look it up after the break and get back to you.
He's got no audio on
Is there anything in particular?
I know, but as far as the
anybody
mic
would
speaks for streaming, I don't see the audio coming down from the stream.
be to discuss? All right, follow along with my lead. All right, so DOT regulations, commercial motor vehicles. For years, because I've been having so many conversations, I worked I worked for Rose and Kieran Insurance Agency for about a year and a half. Prior to that, I spent 16 years in Travelers in the Construction Risk Control Division. Before that, I worked for the AGC I migrated to that by way of being marketer. So, kind of spent my entire adult life in the construction industry, one capacity or another. And developed a little DOT regulated vehicles in New York State and federal, because New York adopted the federal regulations 10 years ago now, anything over 10,000 pounds used for commerce is a commercial motor vehicle. 10,001 pounds and higher. That is based on your gross vehicle weight rating or your gross combined vehicle weight rating. What is the gross combined vehicle weight rating? Cargo is a trailer, holding something behind. Okay? So you utilize both gross vehicle weight ratings for the two vehicles. In most cases, you are going to be over 10,000 pounds. What's the standard half-ton pickup weight, ballpark? 5,000 pounds, give or take. Alright? Most vehicle weight ratings on a basic half-ton pickup aren't going to go over 6,000 to 7,000 pounds, so we'll under that 10,000 pound threshold. Gross vehicle weight rating, gross combined vehicle weight rating, 10,000 pounds, over 10,000 pounds, so 10,001 pounds. You hit the commercial motor vehicle threshold. For the most part, that puts you, if you're driving for commerce, for business, not on the personal side, that puts you into about 90+% of the DOT regulations. That's what we're talking about here today. That's the first threshold. Understand where I came from for a long time through the insurance world, a lot of people didn't understand it. Commercial motor vehicle, DOT regulated, CDL, it's interchangeable. They don't have the same thing. We're going to put some bars here to how we measure these things. Commercial motor vehicles also been designed to transport 8 or more people. Driver being for compensation. Chauffeurs, bus services, etc. 8 or more. That is a commercial motor vehicle. 7 passenger van, you haven't hit that threshold. Even if you're driving for business. Parking site on the site. We park over here, we get a company got a few minivans, we'll shuttle people back and forth. We do not hit the commercial motor vehicle threshold. Designed to transport over 50 people, 60 including the driver and higher. Designed for airport shuttle buses, school buses. The end of this about materials and trade is different. That's long, their gas cans, their welding supplies, things like that in the vehicle. If it is required, flat required hazardous materials, you are now commercially regulated. So there are those 4 main areas that we get into. So, I talked to you earlier about gross vehicle and gross combined vehicle, and I started using the pickup scenario. Some of you may have been driving in New York long enough to know that somewhere around 2005, 2006, I don't remember exactly, commercial motor vehicles used to be at 18,000 pounds now. And the feds went and put the number down to 10,001 pounds and higher to lower the threshold. Whether you agree with it, like it, don't like it, doesn't really matter. That was the new trigger. For a long, what that did when we had that pickup truck never included in the equation. In the construction industry for years, I see you go on and talk a little bit about the safer numbers, the DOT inspections, public information available, and look at those. And anytime I see violations that include flare extinguishers, the triangles missing, the medical certificates not available, pretty easy to figure out more times than not that someone driving a pickup truck who did not realize they weren't regulated. So, your pickup truck at 83% your gross vehicle weight rating is 10,000 pounds or less, you are not a commercial motor vehicle. You are not regulated by the DOT and Federal Motor Carrier. If that pickup truck has a gross vehicle weight rating and you add a trailer to it, and now you are over that 10,000 pound mark, you are regulated. So it is gross. It is not laden weight. It is not what the vehicle weighs. It is the gross vehicle weight rating combined. I overemphasize it to make sure that it's crystal clear, because kind of the rest of the stuff Doesn't matter until we know what threshold we are at or over. Commercial motor vehicles, over 26,000 pounds, we now enter the new route. That is when the CDL license is required. One of those thresholds. 26,000 pounds or less, vehicle greater than 26, gross vehicle weight range is 26,000 pounds. That is a commercial motor vehicle, but you do not need a CDL license to drive. A little scary, isn't it? People like you who've never driven a CDL vehicle go out there and rent one of those big rider trucks and drive around like that and do some of their life. It's one of those fascinating things, fresh in my mind. So, gross vehicle weight rating between 10 and 26 for a commercial motor vehicle, over 26 for a commercial motor vehicle, and we need a CDL license. Okay. CDL license requirements. How many people in here have a CDL? Enough. So I said to you before, when you're over 10,000 pounds and you use the vehicle for commerce or an individual vehicle for combination, you are a commercial motor vehicle, you are subject to 90-95% of DOT regulations. Your employer is also required to do a whole host of things. The next threshold is when you have a CDL license. And primarily, when is that triggered? Your CDL drivers. The added benefit you get now with the CDL license. You get to get drug and alcohol test. So as long as we're clear on what a commercial motor vehicle is, we're with the CDL thresholds. All right? Over 26,000 pounds, you need a CDL license. Over 26,000 pounds, including trailer over 10,000. So I could be driving a pickup, 1-ton pickup, gross vehicle weight rating 12,000 pounds. I'm pulling a trailer over 10,000 pounds. I'm under 26, the trailer is over 10,000, I need a CDL license. I need a trailer, and I'm ready to repeat it. If your trailer is over 10,000 pounds, you have to have a CDL license to pull. Regulators. Designed to transport more than 15 people with the driver. We talked about that before, so in my world over the years, I've seen a lot of times school buses purchased when you got tight job sites, job site parking. Hey, you got a school bus for $2,000. You know? Hey, Joe, you're the foreman, you're going to drive people to and from the site. All right? You don't have a CDL license because the passenger vehicle designed to transport 60 or more people with the driver designed to. CDL license is required for passenger endorsement. And finally, once again, hazardous material placarding required. Over 1,000 pounds and many of the host of things that are, you need to have a CDL license to have that endorsement. You good so far? Does that make sense? Any questions or curiosities on it?
The last one there.
Yes.
If you have a, say, a nuclear dissolution fires and then you still have to have a CDL.
So, nuclear disarmers testing, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a very big unit of non-nuclear materials type. I'll look it up in elementary. Make sure you catch me when this is over in the car. I want to make sure. I think that will fall under materials trade because it's a small quantity and it's not over certain thresholds. Because you're not transporting commerce, you're using it as a tool. I think that's material trade. Now, when we get into the placarding requirements, it's nasty stuff. It's over 1,000 pounds or 119 gallons. I think it's fuel. We trigger those 1,000-pound requirements. All right, state DOT. So, intrastate versus interstate. Interstate with crossing lines, intrastate with state only. Let's say New York. So I said to you, New York adopted the federal regulations back in 2006 to be in line with the federal regulations. That lowers that threshold to 10,000 pounds. New York did it like a lot of states to get federal funding. Okay? Where's the money? Follow the money. We know what people are going to chase. There are plenty of states, ones that surround New York, that don't necessarily have 10,000 pounds that are triggered for DOT regulations. Vermont comes to mind, Massachusetts comes to mind, you have different things. They hit 26,000. Whether you got a label, have your DOT number on the side, or just got to be registered with the DOT, each state has its own variance. If you cross state lines at any point in time, you are interstate, you are regulated by the federal regs. Being in state doesn't have the lowest threshold. Alright. So I said to you before, when you hit that CDL threshold, you get a commercial driver's license, Class A, B, and C, different types of endorsements, double and triple trailers, tank endorsements, admin endorsements, passenger endorsements. You are now subject to drug and alcohol testing. Has anybody been hearing about this drug and alcohol clearing nonsense? Alright. I figured that would be one of the hot topics today, and we'll cover as much as I know about this, and hopefully it helps answer as many of your questions. But when we're dealing with drug and alcohol testing, these are the required tests through the DOT. CDL license, drug and alcohol testing required. Most companies, depending on their size, will be involved in a consortium of some sort to widen the pool. More important for companies with 1 or 2 drivers. I know some of them are going to get more than that. But needless to say, consortiums operate much like an employer. They have rights to do a lot of drug and alcohol testing that is asked for. Pre-employment, it's random, you know what that is. You select it off the list for the drug and alcohol, like 10% for the drug and 25% for the alcohol. Reasonable suspicion if somebody suspects. Does anybody in here have to utilize the reasonable suspicion training or authorized to do that? And we'll get to that. Return to duty. The drug and alcohol testing clear somebody to get back to duty after they've gone through a program and got help. And then post-accident fatalities. These are the different rounds in which the DOT drug testing is required. So, I just asked you a question about reasonable suspicion. Anybody who supervises a driver could be a fleet manager if that's what the company has. It could be a foreman or a superintendent, like driving you're delegating work to on a job site. By DOT regulations, you have 1 hour of drug training and 1 hour of alcohol training where you learn what to look for reasonable suspicion. Breath, responses, slur of speech, can't focus, dilated pupils, those are just some of them. Anybody ever been to that training? No one wants to admit it? I've been through a couple of sessions about observer work doctors did. I thought the doctors did a pretty good job. I've been through another one where an officer did it, not bad, but we're in a different realm. You can actually get something like from J.J. Keller or Foley Services and get DVDs to give you a 1 hour for those. It probably is only going to matter the most being compliance when you have an hour. That's when they start looking at all the paper. You're not usually going to be asked that question at roadside stop because they're assistant driver, it's not a supervisor name. But these are required. You have CDL drivers, if they are driving CDL license required vehicles, and there's anybody who supervises or oversees them, they have to go through 1 hour of training with these topics, understanding what to look for reasonable suspicion. Nobody likes it, nobody wants to do it. Reasonable suspicion means you got a rat outside. Like it or not, that's the case. If you are in a position where you may have to do that sometime, think about it this way. I don't know if anybody here in this class now started driving when I did last session, but ultimately, the most dangerous thing any of us does is hit the public roadways every day. Whether you drive a big vehicle or a small vehicle. Bigger vehicle, you got a little more protection. Small vehicle like I drive, you know, the world's a pretty dangerous place. Somebody in that position. Because the consequences are not good. Alright? Regulated vehicles, CDL type vehicles, these are big vehicles. 40,000 pounds, 80,000 pounds versus 4 or 5,000 pound cars. The laws of physics apply, folks. And the math is not favorable for smaller vehicles. And for the 2 people that I know that have been involved in accidents, one we've had involved with fatality, others just people get hurt bad, those memories live on. We have jobs to do. All right, the clearinghouse. So January 6th this year, that whole thing started. It's a new layer of managing. It's a new layer for administrative people. It's a new element for drivers and for managers and for companies. In simple terms, what this is doing is trying to facilitate and make easier the existing requirement that is out there. That as an employer, if I want to hire somebody, they're a senior driver and they're going to do drug testing, I have to check with past employers. I have to make a request to see if there have been any positive tests or refusals to serve that driver in the past. Most companies have been coached by their lawyers, playing guests from this date to that date, at this compensation level, and that's it. We don't know further. There's no information where we are potentially going to be involved in a liability situation. On that side of the equation, I can understand it. On this side of the equation, it makes it harder as an employer to get accurate information. So in the past, what you did is you made your inquiries, you did your due diligence, maybe 3 times, you document it, you put it in the file so it exists. So somewhere down the road when the DOT audit occurs, you are now, you can go by folder and go, yep, okay, Joe, supposedly, yep, we made a request, we got nothing back from the employers, here the data need request, no responses, the data need a second, the data need a third, alright, you got something. This clearinghouse starts January 6, 2020, and it's going to go until January 6, 2023. During that time, the employer still needs to make a manual request, while for this 3-year period, we're going to populate that clearinghouse with information on your driver between January 6, 2020 and January 6, 2023, that test positive, refuse tests, etc. And all that information is going to go into that warehouse. It's be safe. So if you are a driver, you want to get employment somewhere else, all employers now have to do past requests by paper while we populate the system, but they also have to go into the clearinghouse and they have to make full query requests to see if we exist in that warehouse, that database. It's cumbersome, but it takes some time to populate. The website is a bit cumbersome right now, so there's a lot of stops and starts and bits going on out there. Unhappy people have to deal with it. And we're going to run through this. So I said you test positive refusals. It also has, if someone does test positive, goes through a program, returns to duty, RTD returns to duty, it will track that process. So you will know if they had a test and if they are coming back and they don't need to be cleared to get the license. It's good from that standpoint. Now we know. It's a side note. Have you spent enough time in the insurance world without the client? Similar to if your license is suspended for not paying traffic, if you don't have a CDL license because
That's been flashing up every now and then.
whether you had one for 20 years and you got to get it back that time, you don't have a license suspended, or you don't have a CDL license because it's suspended. In the world of lawsuits and plaintiff's attorneys and defense attorneys, you are non-driver. And that makes it easy for the
I can
plaintiff's
take
attorney.
speed, bandwidth, and I can take the picture out because it's so blind. Type I don't want to show scenes. Other than that,
there is an interstate connection. What does that mean? That means if you have a CDL license in Pennsylvania, you test positive,
like a week.
you leave Pennsylvania, you move to New York or Mount wherever, you apply for a new license and a new CDL in your state, that information will follow you to the clearing. Whatever makes a request, it's connected to all 50 states, Guam, Puerto Rico, U.S. Samoa, and wherever else that you might have non-states or parts of the country. Okay, so technically as a driver, you do not have to register for clearinghouse. What you do. So an employer now, if you are not working for the company, if you're looking for a job, the company wants to hire you, they have to do a full query on the clearinghouse, pay $1.25 for all the query, limited and full queries at the same price. Limited query just says, yep, there's something in it. Once you request a full query, they can you as a driver, they have to ask for an electronic submission through the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. employer has to ask for permission. So you as a driver have to give that electronic permission through the drug and alcohol clearance. You can't give that permission if you want to register. So though you're not required to be registered, if you want to get a job and do it with electronic, they request, you will approve it, they do the query, you got to be registered. It also allows you to look at what is in there on your record and make sure it's valid or accurate and not. Someone transposes a one somewhere down the road and all of a sudden you're not. So drivers should be registered. To gain access to the information on there, you can be able to approve a query request, a consent request. Employers have to request consent. We already covered January 6, 2020. What's in there? Full query, pre-employment and current employees. So not only January 6, 2020, if I want to hire you as a driver, I have to do the manual paper request, I have to do the full query, I have to ask for electronic permission, consent to get your approval before I can run out. New drivers. If you are employed here, the company as January 6th has to run through their roster, get all their current drivers, run through this. Full query is pre-employment for all current employees effective January 6th. Employers are required on an annual basis, much like employing of an NPR, so to speak. On an annual basis, they have to do a limited period to see if there are any hits. That's what the employer requires. The driver, if you want to prove any consents, you have to be registered again all the time and you new driver. Employer has to annual request, full query, for new hires and current employees on an annual basis. Questions? Yes.
Is there any way the employer can assist the employee driver in registering for this? Or does the driver have to do it on their own?
Okay, so the question was, can the employer help the driver register for this? What would the scenario be? I have not looked that part up. I think the employee has to do it themselves, but
We've created an authorization form from the company that says that the employee or the driver is authorizing us to get them into the clearinghouse and do the limited query, and they sign off on it.
okay. Query was just some stuff there. You want to know what the details are in the full query, limited query. It's not an electronic submission. It's a manual consent. It's outside the electronic process on the DOT drug and alcohol clearance. I'm not sure why. Someone had a great idea.
From what I understand, the full query, electronic one that they said, has to be responded to within 24 hours.
There's 30-day requirement for something, and maybe it's not that you're right, it might be
I believe it's
electronic submission. Figure out who is notes. Looking at myself up there.
Sorry?
Is that just for that one item?
Yeah. I put the,
No.
when you're doing Q&A, I put you up.
Got it. Alright. Thanks for bearing with me while I make these notes. Okay, so we've covered all of these things, covered all of that. Any other questions on drug and alcohol?
That's just for CDL.
Correct.
So when you're a truck trailer, you're under the 26,000.
Yes, for the most part. So the question was, that's only if you have a CDL, if you're driving a truck with a trailer, meaning a pickup or something under CDL required vehicle, it's not required. Unless what? What's the one condition when you talk about trailers? You need CDL for trailer, gross vehicle, like over 10,000. So yes, if you're under a CDL required license, drug and alcohol testing does not apply across the board. So therefore, the drug and alcohol clearinghouse is non-existent. Okay, if there are no more questions, this is for our country afterwards, and I'll get back to you guys back. We move on to another topic of interest for years. Hours of service. Yes?
Is it only to raise, but not with carry?
Gross vehicle weight rating, so that is the capacity, not what it is actually. So you got a big, long, drop deck trailer and you're hauling a drill to them. Probably not over that mark. Put a Bobcat on there or something bigger, small skid steer, and you're over that 10,000 pound permit. Doesn't matter what it is. Both are the same, no, both are the same at that point. The drill that would not let you go over 10,000 pounds, but the gross vehicle weight rating on the trailer is. That's the magic number. If the truck is 10,000 pounds, the trailer is 10,000 pounds, it's 20,000 pounds. The CDL is required. If the truck is 10,000, the trailer is 10,001 or higher. Or over 10,000 pounds on that trailer, the gross vehicle weight rating, not capacity at the time. CDL license is required for that.
Say the trailer weighs 3,000 or 4,000 pounds, and a Bobcat out there, just a truck. You have 26,000.
But not that's rated.
Well, right. What's the gross vehicle weight rating of the trailer? So what's its capacity that it can carry? That's the magic number.
Right.
Yeah. So the big trailer with a drill bit versus adding a backhaul on there, they're treated the same as gross vehicle weight rating. What does Bobcat have?
The trailer is rated for more than 10,000 plus.
That's a problem. If you're stopped in the section, they're going to look what the gross vehicle weight rating is. If it's been this hard,
Well, you can go to Thruway Spring and they'll re-rate you get certificate.
Yes.
You know, because you can do like 9999 run, so you can do that. So that
yeah, yes, you're right. And actually, people have done that, so you actually get it. You bring the weight rating down below that 10,000.
because of the guy.
Yeah, well, it simplifies management of the problem. Sometimes that's the better way to go. For years, the pickup trucks, I think they had magnetic stickers if you get the number and company name, because if you're not going to trailer, why do you want to be subject to having pulling these out? But they unfortunately, if you're driving on the road, in addition, I'll stand out behind you. Any other questions, or did I clarify this? Alright. Hours of service. This thing is yo-yoed around for about 10 years now. The advent of the CSA and line of change, it's reverted back to where it was. So in simplistic form, every driver of a commercial motor vehicle over 10,000 pounds has a 14-hour window in which to drive 11 after 10,000 hours of off-duty time. That's the easy way to look at it. You have a 14-hour window in which to drive 11, so you can be working for 14 hours, but you can't be driving for 14 hours. You can only drive up to 11, or a 14-hour time frame, after you get 10 hours off duty. Hopefully during that 10 hours you've slept, maybe had something to eat, and not consumed much oil. Let's just be real. Maximum time. Not related to hours of service. We're now talking about air mile exemptions. So that's a different, there's some different criteria. This is just basic. Commercial motor vehicle, that DOT or federal motor carrier regulated hours of service. We have a 14-hour window on which you can drive 11 after 10 hours out. You have to fit within these 60 and 70-hour weeks. A 34-hour period out, which is 1 day for the 10-hour rest. You have to reset those 60 and 70-hour clocks. But if you just remember that, EL drivers, 100 air mile radius. You do not go outside 100 air mile radius of your home base, and you return to that home base, same location in 12 hours. Okay, so each 12 hours separates that 10 hours off that we just talked about. And you don't exceed 11 hours of driving in that 12-hour window. And your time card, effectively, your hours that you are on or available for work, is corroborated by your employer. Whether it's a time card or something back at the office, or you work with your foreman or superintendent, you break down your hours every day to keep something. Somehow you have to have effectively a time card. The air mile exemption under those conditions allows you not to have to keep up with longer. Now, for everybody in here, I'm going to guess at least one or more of you drivers have possibly been pulled over and possibly said not maintaining for 7 previous days of hours in logbook because you might be out of an air mile exemption. state troopers that do the inspections. You train them. I've been to different presentations by troopers over the years, and at different times for different interpretations. You line up 5, and you ask a question, you might get 2 answers, you might get 5 different answers on interpretation. Right or wrong, a lot of those previous 7-day violations are written because at that moment you didn't say the right thing or respond properly, so you gotta contact my office, they keep the records. You got that on file on operating under the 100 air mile exemption. Okay, you have to be able to verbalize that kind of line and agree to make sure you don't keep that violation if you need these things back into the event. There is the same exemption that operates for non-CDL drivers when they move down to 150 miles. 100 if it's a CDL driver, 150 if you're not. Driving a utility truck, pickup truck, pulling a trailer, etc. Commercial motor vehicle, non-CDL driver. Same, more or less, acceptance as the last one, except here. Up to 2 times in a 7-day period, you can extend that on-duty time to 69. Why? What's the difference between a CDL driver driving who says radius on a paper lot versus someone driving a utility truck or pickup hauling a trailer? How would you process that differently? Look at it this way. Generally speaking, you draw a line, CDL drivers, professional drivers, they do all day, everyday kind of things. Not always true, we know that. Under that, the driving is not a part of the job, it's not the job. You drive to a job site, do some work for the day, you drive home. You drive between job sites, picking up and deliveries along the way. So they're looking at that as slightly different, meaning you have a little wider, longer clock in which to do some of that work. It gives a little extra flexibility with utilizing their mile exemption. Whether you're operating under the 100 or the 150 air mile exemption, what happens if you cross that threshold? What if you go to 101 miles and your CDL at 151 years? Because invariably that's what a trooper will be waiting, right? And you already started. You got the paper on that, here's the line, and you just saw. What happens to that? You still have your record back at the office or now it's shown, do nothing about it, you now cross that line, you're not exempt. Now you have to have a logbook, you have to have 7 previous days in the log. That's the whole mindset. You gotta be mindful where you are trying to operate from your mile exemption. Once you cross that threshold, it goes out the window, you now have to have a logbook. Does that make sense? Question? Yeah.
So you start flashes now, and then so you got program error radius. Assuming you're going to go 70 for 50 miles radius.
Yeah, so I think the 100 air mile radius is raw sort of on that. I think 150 60 miles. If your road's doing this, I think 150.
So it's not a radius of across.
Yes, the radius from your home base. Wherever you start from, you put a map down and you pull air mile radius. That's a circle. You know what I'm saying? Any other questions? Okay. All right, so we already more or less talked about this. The record keeping today is number of hours on duty. Okay, so on duty is the work you're doing, and it's available to work. Driving aspect is different. Remember I said 14-hour window on duty, drive 11 hours inside that. So you can drive, do some work for the day, drive, do some work, pick up no more than 14 hours of total time, no more than 11 hours of driving. Air mile exemption is 12 hours, you get 12 hours. So take that 14 down to 12. CDL driver, non-CDL driver, they do 2 times, and you don't get 12 up to 16. The high five. Know what you need and look it up and just make sure you can Google that stuff and get information pretty quick. Alright, electronic logging devices. New era, right? We just blew it all for us now. Okay, Al. So, does anybody in here have DLT? Does Anybody not have DOT devices that they don't track? Okay. So, there are some exceptions that allow you to not have to use electronic logging devices for your hours of service tracking. And those are done. Or trying not to say them again. If you do not keep paper logs for more than 8 days out of 30, not a calendar month, 8 days out of any rolling 30. So, if most of your work is not, driving all the time and running these things, if only 2 days a week you get the vehicle and you're regulated to having to keep regulated paperwork, the logs, roughly 2 times a week, 4 weeks in a row, you stand for that threshold. No more than 8 in a 30-day period. If you go to 9, you electronic logging devices. You can manage it, or the manager can manage drivers to stay under that, and you have the vehicle to do that. It's more particular industries like this one, where maybe all CDL drivers or all regulated drivers aren't necessarily driving all the time. For most of you probably go to a job and you driving all the time.
If you're upset, there's nothing in there.
A few other caveats
We got excellent connection, it comes and goes, a little buffering. Yeah, head upstairs, you guys Verona, when I'm waiting now, actually I'm working on a bug right now, the current vehicle that you can kind of something on my laptop and then do the rounds.
And then finally, the last one we just talked about, operating in the airline. Driving vehicles more than 8 days a month, you need to maintain your hours of service, and you're not on the air mile exemption, electronic logging devices should be in. Questions? This tends to be more for employers or people managing drivers, but driver qualification file. Big deal when audits happen. DOT inspectors come out to audit the company, they want to see paperwork. Driver qualification files is a big part of that paperwork. Is there a written application on the file? Has there been a request for driving alcohol test with the CDL driver? Has there been a request for background checks? Have you run a motor vehicle record? Do you have a copy of the medical certificate? Is it current? These are all the things that go into it. Then there's half a dozen or so that are on an annual basis have to be updated. Vehicle record, medical certificate, annual driver, have any speeding tickets for accidents, etc. Terminology for that. But these are all things that have to be maintained in the driver qualification to be compliant with regulations. So plan to go into this in detail on somebody specifically wants, reference it, and just an overview of that file that everybody that eventually DOT audit. Having these files in good shape goes a long way towards making that thing sail around smoothly. Okay, so in a way similar to the drug and alcohol clearinghouse, it's pre-employment screening program, PSP put in place since the state purchased CSA. It's a jargon soup. A motor vehicle record gives you by each state your driving record, speeding tickets, accidents, etc. The pre-employment screening program gives a prospective employer a look into your driver's DOT record. Accidents and violations. So crash data for 5 years, inspection data for 3 years. So where this traditionally fell under the employer's lap, they now have 2 different categories. So you as a driver, this information found. Drug and alcohol clearinghouse is saying now the drug and alcohol testing information is following your driver. So there are now 3 areas for prospective employer to look at: driving record, DOT inspection crash data, and drug and alcohol through CDL drugs. Likely around it's out there, we've got a world of information and data. So, safer system with the CSA compliance safety accountability is around 2011, 2012. All this means is these are the categories where DOT violations are now recorded. On safe driving, that's all to do with the driver. Fatigue driving, driver fitness, driver, controlled substance driving, vehicle maintenance, employer, load securement, employer. Those are the different, there's 7 categories where you can be, violations can be written against you, the driver and or the company. What does that mean? If you care, it means a little bit. A big stop to the end violation sucks, small sample. They grade them. These are just some samples plucked out to give you an idea. 10 is the highest severity rating, 1 is the lowest. So they're looking at load securement, the first 2 bullets are 10. We don't like load securement. Anybody can slow off the trucks going around turns, small cars get truck. So laws of physics there as well. Tied on to more load securement. False laws. So you're jimmying your laws in the past, and you're trying to throw ELDs now, or whatever. You're doing a severity of 7 now. Turn signal 6, previous 7 days, vision a few times, that's kind of the middle of the road. 5, this is very nice. Speed, depending on how fast you're going with the speed, will graduate from I think 3 to 10. Laws now allowing to reflect the state fire speed and crime overall lowest severity. So they give a severity rating of violation in the category. In the first 6 months, you get a high rating of 3. 6 months to a year and a half, they get 2. Something over than a year and a half, they get 1. So the longer that record's been in the history, the more now phase the sunset doesn't need as much points. That doesn't directly have to do with whether it's on service or not, that just gives you a grading and how they come up with the same values. What shows in this 7 categories that I had up before now, on the website is public information. I go in there and I put instructions, seeking, or go to the site, you got a DOT number, and stuff pops up, I can provide driving seat for the public. The company, the vehicle, the data inspection, the violation, etc., all of that is outside. And those 7 categories, if you're above the threshold in certain ones compared to the national average, they yellow triangle top. When they pull into an inspection or stop for an inspection, and the yellow triangle's there, the officers will look at it, they will pull in. Triangle not there, the next station, drive on through, we'll see you next time. So it's a qualifier on whether they're busy on a given day, they're going to push people through that high end grades, climb up there and get tired, likely to pulled over and kind of looked at with a fine-tooth comb. Inspection, repair, maintenance. Every motor carrier has to do this. This is just about the maintaining the vehicles. Pre, post inspection. Just out of curiosity, anybody here? You remember about 4, maybe 5 years ago now, and all of a sudden something came out that you don't have to do paper inspection anymore? You're a drunk, I didn't see any head drop. Well, that was one of those people reports. They said if there were no violations of vehicles you're supposed to that you don't have to stop. Spending 25 years in the safety world, which is behavior-based world, kind of like raising kids. If I don't have to fill out paperwork, I'm not. I'm giving you my 2 cents on me. I think most of us are wired that way. But I would say to you, from the liability side, the safety side, and the compliance side, if I was one outfit, I would not advocate to go away. It still exists. But what the rules do say, you have to document it. Not the pre-trip, you have to document it, the post-trip. After you finish your day. You start your day, you do your pre-trip, you look at everything on the way. If there's something property you don't drive, you come back through the day, and the lights out, and the brakes are a little weak and fading, and you stop on the brakes all day long, slide the adjustment, whatever. Now some of the stuff needs to be noted, and that needs to be fixed before it goes out. When you drive the same vehicle, or you rotate vehicle. That's the idea. So the post-trip inspection is what's supposed to be documented. Because that's what it tells you when any bad thing is being fixed or goes bad. My 2 cents is I think everybody should be documenting the post-trip inspection or go work with multiple shifts of the vehicle and you can drive around and do a shift. It is just a fail-safe. Because you can say it's fine, but if you say it's fine, something's wrong, that means involved in an accident, liability starts to move rolling. If you got no paperwork saying that thing is good or bad, then you got nothing. Plaintiff's attorney's got a free ride, free down the road. They're not. So, I would encourage you to don't, if you're told to jump in, or if company doesn't need to do, I would encourage you to go to the inspection. That says it's supposed to be important. For the driver coming into the day, if something had to be fixed on that vehicle, they're the ones responsible to make sure you looked at that, checked it off, and fixed, yes, everything else is good, yes, before you head on out. So though you're not required to document it, something's done, if you look at that, and something had to be fixed, the driver has to sign off on that it was fixed before you take that to the lot. Question or question? Alright. Talked a little bit about some of this, but if you get pulled over and you have not service violation, you are there getting fixed.
I think he is.
You're not supposed to go back on the road until that violation out of service violation.
Everybody else is.
The website does qualify.
Everybody else is what?
Out of service violation has to be fixed in 15 days. Documentation. I'm just talking about most of your credit player code. Checked by the DOT. If it's not done, during audit, it's often uncovered. There's definitely severe penalty. Legal DOT recordable action. Fatality, vehicle testing.
Check eyes, make sure it's got 1.16 instead of firmware. That's easy.
Hospital, medical provider, vehicle code, fatality. DOT recordable action. That information is also maintain the next register. 3 years has to be maintained. You have to paperwork for those audits. Finding location, driver name, number of vehicle, fatality.
Oh, good.
I want to get this. Timeline, periods of trade. So, question you asked earlier about
when we switch this to 3, the last
there's a whole list of
and these
different
are
categories of stuff. So, in practical terms,
and then the social.
you are a driver, you are driving to service vehicle, pick up from
We could be out tonight.
you just got some things to service work, maintenance, things like that.
Because I'd like to see it tomorrow.
Period of trade applies to.
Okay. Friend of mine's
It says you're carrying gas in the unless you improve
the
the
guy worked with me in company for many years. Fluoridation.
and no more than 8 gallons, 66 pounds.
They're both in music and local years.
No single game.
So when we do the name that tune thing, we went to name that tune. It's like name that drummer. Where is he?
You already go or you were transporting out.
Very well. What happened to him?
No longer than 220 pounds.
And his younger brother, like one of them, passed away from cancer.
What this means,
It's 10:30 tomorrow, so I return.
and you got a gas can in the back.
Beautiful church.
It's for your work that you're doing. You don't have to be flattered.
He has hearing loss.
Driver has to know about this.
He goes to stress and he says their sound system is terrible.
You cannot have more than 440 pounds total, all materials of trade. Max. One gas can and one acetylene tank might be it. So 220 pounds, acetylene and oxygen tank, 220 pounds, you're at 440 capacity. A smaller one, a smaller one, play with those numbers. 440 pounds, max, all materials of trade. Individually, gas no more than 66 pounds, 8 gallons, and
One piece. For expenses.
If your driver don't know about it, you might not get paid for nobody can use this. They got a couple of fact sheets on the website that are pretty good.
The 1.1 is nice engine.
It's
It's a more potent engine.
so you have that.
1.4 is your consumer fireworks stroke. It's a matter of how much black powder is actually. 12:14, he's over. Alright, I'm gonna go get a water.
Good question. Basically, gas can,
I thought that was yours. Okay. I got a water. I had a feeling
So
that was
you
going to be
use
something
approved
similar.
can reference and DOT.
Drank my cold coffee.
Those two things are slightly off because I think DOT you have plastic cans, so they need one, yellow one. The ocean compliance got to be metal can, soft coating with plastic. Those cans all have to be secured. The drops and settling box have to be secured. Lots of violations, blowing, spilling, something else. Part of the violation is setting away that gas can. Landscapers are first to get in trouble because they have mowers in the back, they have plastic cans on them, don't have clothes with them, but they have open spout. That is not secured and not sealed. All the beers are free, so the things gas cans have to be in sealed containers so they can't be out. So, and have to be secured. Yeah.
So you can't have like 5 gallons of say diesel and 5 gallons of gasoline or something there.
You could have that.
What about
You can't go over 440 pounds total for all your materials.
so you kind of have separate gas containers just in one single
8 gallons and 66 pounds is one sealed container, so you could have a handful of the end of that 400 pound. Yeah.
So I got 15 back in the truck. Diesel. 80 gallons.
Is that tank sealed? So it can't fill out? It's secured? It's under 118 gallons per 1,000 pounds? Is it legal? No. Okay. Put out your marks.
Gasoline, 5 gallon gas can in there.
Diesel's over, right? Diesel's over, possible. Is that down trigger? Here's the question you're asking, like 80 gallons.
So I got, say I got a bag of truck. I got a 5 gallon gas can.
It's not material, it's really necessary. Which is under the platinum requirement of 1,000 pounds. So you kind of split there, two different things. Diesel people can fall under this. To answer the question asked, are there any other questions? Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time and attention today. If you have a question, call us back to
So say you got, a pump tank in the back of the car, carry 100 gallons of or 100 gallons of
There's like standing right outside the door like.
just for gasoline? Is there a difference?
Now there's a filter thing around there.
Hello, Randy, it's Mark Hamilton. I'm back. Yeah. I think it just didn't hang up. I need that $7,000 back, Randy. And
I don't either, but I don't have it, I want it.
So I can pick up what
Yeah, you sound dumbfounded. Okay. Check and call me back. That's true. It's good, right?
Hello. Hey. This is the location of where the presentation pieces are. It is at this website on YouTube. And these are locations on the video where I ultimately need to cue to. You want me to run the laptop, or we may or may not cover all those?
Yeah.
It's sort of
Having not seen any of this, I would prefer if you did it.
Okay, I'm going to need the laptop with me then, because I'm going to have to do this interaction.
All right, let me see if I can find somebody to come and help us.
Giving her a hard time.
Get out of the way.
You're welcome.
Don't get her wallet. So I can get a picture of you.
Oh.
Pull one of them back.
I'll get one when they're coming in.
Okay.
I really drive it.
Got another session.
Did
you like it?
Yeah.
Speaking?
Yes. The thing that I like about it, I'm gonna need help with this one, Bruce. Okay? He's got a list of YouTube videos.
Yeah, because now it's real.
Driving, let me get that list together. And I just don't feel comfortable trying to do let's say, Tetsu, we're down here, and then you have to worry about he will be using the microphone down there. Because he's signed up for similar exercise areas. The gentleman with the back to us, right there, across from us,
Yes.
he's got the list of, that we need. I'm just doing one quick thing here.
Well, we just covered
Caption is still sort of,
That's what the HUD is. That's a financial issue. That's not a compliance issue from the standpoint of that.
They're saying over 18,000 pounds.
I don't know. I know enough to get myself in big trouble, but that has to do with like the miles you drive, the states you're in, because the taxing's all different.
He drove 5 minutes up the road from the shop, taking in the Bobcat to get prepared.
Maybe quotas had to be filled out.
Yeah. She didn't give it, it's a warning, but I'm like, you fall under the 150 miles. That's what I looked up.
It has nothing to do with what I tell them. They're totally different. Do you know
I could be wrong, but I think it's if the vehicle goes outside of, if you stay within that range, not so big, but if you go outside that range at any point, I think it's like a law.
It's 5 minutes up the road.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's not just that day. It's if you go outside of that range at any time, any day, you've got to have that sticker. So at any time that truck went outside of that range, I think.
So she just wants the sticker on there, just in case we go outside that range.
I'd call and check, but I think that's how it works. Don't quote me. John, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Did you want a card?
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you. It was good. I liked it. Appreciate it.
Oh, jeez. We trouble now.
How's it going?
I got the live feed today.
Glad to see that you got that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, else might give it to my notepad.
Okay.
If there are questions,
This is new.
What do you,
Do you need the list, or can I give you a cue and tell you where to go to?
I'll need the list, so I'll need to see when to stop.
I wasn't told.
I'll give you the cue as to when to stop. I can do that, because I need to work, I didn't memorize the
What's
list.
Watch, question mark, V, lowercase v equals.
You want to get,
I can read it. Let's see.
I see.
Where you guys, where's my
YouTube, CKC2020.
Okay.
Out in the world.
Did I swear?
Want me to read it to you?
Launch question mark.
V, lowercase v, equal.
They won't until it's
Equal.
Uppercase H,
H,
lowercase GR, 8, uppercase T, lowercase QS, dash, underscore, 2, lowercase s. That's it. Go, yep. There's a little, once you get to this road, skip ahead.
Big Road Training Webinar.
Yep. Should be 51 minutes.
56 seconds.
Yep. And not sure where we're going to start yet, but I'll give you the cue as to where we're going to go to. All right.
I've never seen this before. I mean, I'll do that if you want to sit here. It doesn't matter. I didn't want to do both.
Yeah, that's good.
And that's an excellent point. And you have the seat. I do.
And he said, this is going to be it. There's going to be nothing else.
They're going to sell it.
We do, one, and then we scroll, to the next starting point. So I've just saved the Big Road training webinar as our still. So anytime we need to, we can cut away. Something still.
Yeah.
Just wait one.
Yeah.
There's nothing to show
So we're going to need audio on 2.
Thing is that I'm guessing you can hear like microphones.
Well, we'll just leave it there and let it pick him up.
Actually, what I was thinking of, if he's going to put some face over there, I want to make it kind of pointed his way.
Okay, pick him up. Why wouldn't you just put the clips on a thumb drive and have it in high res? I hate playing things off the interwebs.
You and me both.
Still is live.
But it's just fair.
Try to sleep.
Not as long as I was hoping to. Took a bit to get to sleep.
Yeah.
Should have had the glass of wine.
Yeah, I laid there, put the TV on for about 20 minutes. And said, I gotta go to sleep. Shut the TV off, and next thing I know, the alarms go off. So I was pretty happy. I at least got 4 hours.
Yeah, it was kind of, floating in and out, not really a good solid.
I went for 4 hours. The night before it was, got up at 7, took the shuttle. A friend of mine gave me a ride in Denver. You can't really sleep on a plane. And then, so I got in at midnight, got home about 1. Got up it was about 8 when I finally got up. But I don't do well on short sleep.
Not a good option.
So you want to teach them short? You got kids.
I think we're good. We can check out. Goal of today is just go through any areas. The difficult part, I think, is going to be seeing spring with a great deal of clarity.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to bring it? That's cool.
Keep that Corona away.
Thanks. I will try. Yeah, I know.
Please feel free to ask questions during that session. So that you clarify.
Let's move that mic over to you.
Around for a while. 1989, when the standard first came out, somewhere in 1989, and a couple of years later, the United Nations came out with a provision that we now have adopted according as the globally harmonized system. And we didn't do that until 2013 phase
You should turn that speaker up and turn
the
it
history of the reasoning behind it.
Right,
And so that we data sheets that forward provide information to users of various products in construction and other industries on information on hazard of substances, that we're using. So everybody here has had some sort of ASCOM training, toolbox, some sort of organization for that.
That's the same thing with mine.
Has anybody looked at a safety data sheet in the last 6 months?
It says verify it like that.
You can hit no with that. Because it's the same point for the it's a good idea to figure out way to your supervisor, take a topic, pick a topic, pull the data sheet for that. It's not a toolbox. It's coming to help. You've got the right kind of law, but we don't have to see them. So I give them a one way well, the background, back to the whole idea of what is the provide information to the workers and everyone.
I think we could text Lex and get somebody to come over and turn the mic down loose. I could do that. You alright for a minute? Yeah, this is working. Computer is on. Yeah. No. Camera. Oh, I see. Computer. Still is this. Yeah.
Anybody here ever wear a respirator for work?
Yes.
You know what kind of respirator you wear? It's an N95 paper. It's a half-mass elastomeric. Okay, so that means you have to have a medical evaluation and you're all shared on manual where transportation and commission. So those two things don't generally go together. So at some point you have to wear a respirator and then what? So is using. Yeah. I had a guy one time. Absolutely. So it's okay. Found the house, she passed it. Worked for him, I guess. Goatees and smaller diameter facial hair. As long as it's all fixed inside, you're okay. The idea is to
somebody else.
have that skill.
Yeah, it's 23 people are actually using it.
And so along with that, training info on how to grab that great training plan.
Tuesday hiring, I get somebody is logging in. It should be
Wear a respirator, volunteer us.
just shared ID so that when
And process
don't have which
respirator.
you put it in the wrong one.
Don't
You do not have.
There is something called appendix. Volunteer use of respirator.
39 companies.
You
won't live that.
First two rows. Those other rows are already back in the row. How do I zoom out? Alright, try that. Let's focus.
We are currently
I think you hold the top button to focus. That's not good. Push the button. So I took it down a lot. Yes, definitely.
Still high.
There are some exceptions under that.
So we're working on that. It's brought up as a number of things. We're looking at everything. We're looking at all. Make sure they're as much material as science, completing
They've got their own legislation.
but also indicates in the case, we've got issues with DOT finding things wrong with their vehicles. Which probably DIR should be quite corporate, because everything is going to have to write up.
I'm really happy with the quality of that new system for streaming. I don't understand. It used to be you just go to this page. You go to this page for and it would find the connection, and you hit stream. But now you have to go to this page.
Would recommend
Which is called
normal regulations is when you do
PBS Studio.
I know
Video recording, live streaming software. It's just clunky.
Fix it yourself before you write it down. It creates a requirement. If you created an EDI,
What is the Yamaha BR15? Those old things.
Something has to develop.
Then the person who fixes the applicants. Then the next person that drives that has decided that document well to say,
Yeah, it's a 15-inch two-way track.
somebody fixes it.
You can still use those.
There's no passage with that.
It could all be one person. It could also be three different people, depending on the So what it says is that you don't want to find stuff in the DVR.
I'm sure you've all seen various jobs or
then historically, but it does bring out, go through lots and lots of law.
Are they have everybody know pre-trip, are they up to date? And we have new data sheets, and old data sheets. We need to focus on that. Anybody here doing it? As well as needing to sign weekend logs, showing your off duties. You have to sign honor that you were not around. I companies that would have SPS on 5 days a week off. Weekends in that scan. Take care of those. Yeah.
Make sure that we do.
Correct.
This part, we did the park inspection, two trailer
inspection. You're out here. The postscript is the one that needs to
There's one where it says vehicle inspection, you went and get a new inspection.
It's not going to give you a violation. It's just something that will show up with the buses.
What is big road?
Right.
What is big road? This looks like an electronic. It looks like there's a connection to the truck. There's that camera. No, it's like it's GPS.
I'm starting to system expansion.
Like an electronic one.
So if I can have at 3 minutes and 50 seconds the starting the day section of the video, we'll take a look. And you have to listen to me.
Click 2 is up. The audio is up.
Go ahead and sign into my 1624 here. Once you sign in, it brings you into the main screen of the mobile application. So you see this big circle here, this is our duty status wheel. Once you click on this, you'll notice all of the major duty statuses will show up here. So you have off duty, sleeper. You can't put yourself into driving because the dashboard will do that for you. You can go into on duty, and this is also where you can start personal surveillance and revenue. At any time, you can select duty status with the notes, so you can write in any notes alongside the duty status, which is fueling, pre-trip, whatever you may need. So I'm just going to go ahead and go on duty. Now that I'm on duty, you can see my circle is all green here, telling me I'm clear to go for my day. And you'll see that my clock has changed here. So it's coming down because I am working under the 70-hour, 8-day cycle. It's coming down full 14 hours of my on-duty time for today. Anytime you or your drivers make a duty status change, the clock will change with that, so they're well aware of exactly where they're sitting within their daily limits. Once your drivers go on duty, the next thing that they need to do is enter in their shipping information and also complete a pre-trip for that day. So to do that, you're going to select daily logs. At the very bottom of this screen, there's a gray button that says View Logs. And then you'll go ahead and select today's date. Here you can see we have log details right here, and then we have header details here as well. So we'll just go ahead and complete our pre-trip, and then we'll go in and complete our header information. When we need the log details here, if I just scroll down, I'll eventually see vehicle inspection report on the bottom of the screen. I'm going to select new inspection. So here you can see at the top of this list is the truck that I'm currently signing into. So I'll go ahead and do my inspection for this truck. At any other time, if the drivers are swapping out truck and trailers throughout their day, they can come here and enter in any other trucks or other trailers as well. So once I click on my truck, you'll notice here a lot of this information will pull over for your driver. So my truck number, my license plate number, the timestamp, odometer readings will pull over as well. My testing environment doesn't look like it's pulling over right now. Also, location will pull over for your driver. So the only thing that they need to do here is select whether or not they find any defects. If they found a defect, they'll check off these spots. They will be required to leave a note to say exactly what that defect is. If they do not find any defects, they can just leave that blank, and they can go ahead and hit save at the very bottom of this screen. Now that our pre-trip is done here, I'll just scroll down. I can apply my signature to my inspection report, and then go ahead and hit sign inspection. Next, I need to fill out the header information on my daily log. So right here to the right here, I'm going to click on header. And I'll enter this information. You may see an ad button here. For me, it's showing edit right now. We're always coming to the ad a little bit later today. So if I hit edit, we'll just go down the list here. So notice I'll have the ability to select any co-drivers underneath the header information. Once you select pick co-driver, a list of all the other drivers in your fleet will populate here. Scrolling down, you'll see it here, your address will automatically populate in the app for you. So if this is the address that is entered in on the website, if you operate in branches, you do have the option to put in your home terminal address here. Once you enter in this address once, the system will remember that and apply to your log moving forward until you take it off.
We're talking about the further requirements for training, making sure that of course, communicating
here. You can see I actually got my suppliers. I wanted to in earlier, so it's still rolling over. I can enter in information as well. And then you'll see a list of my current shipping buttons.
So we've got all this good information, and a lot of times it just stays
Next,
we continue to use these
trailer information, the system will remember any trailers that you've entered in from your previous day. If you need to add a new number, just type it in here and select add trailer.
So we have 4 groups.
Scrolling down, drivers have the ability to change their time zones and duty cycles, or just turn off the recap in the screen as well. The recap is just a recap of where they're sitting within the cycle limits, just so they're aware. And then lastly, any notes that your drivers want to enter them in, they can do so here. It's not required. Once this information is out complete, just let them. Now that we've done our pre-trip and our header information, we'll go back onto the main screen of the app. And now we can go ahead and start creating. So over here, that's my simulator, just so I can show you the
services.
Some header information, we're going to put in trailer information and bills. System can't determine the change to same information all the time. But the DOT inspector can, and the DOT auditors can. You're not really putting in numbers late and you have a number of errors.
He got quiet. Yeah.
That will be a violation. So we should not put in appropriate for bill of lading. Yeah, that's all it needs to be.
Because it's not.
We'll also help.
Stream this.
Because I need
Telegram is one of those things that can get questions into.
Yeah. Yes.
You got the that stuff reflects it's angular and sharp. So when those going out of the alveoli, you have silica inside there, scratching the interior surface of the lung. When you get a cut,
I would just put heavy.
what happens to that cut?
Yeah.
You have stop, chip, same thing happens on the inside. What we're doing, is that scar tissue
Down under the
does not
shopping.
perform the same functioning as the original picture. We have a lot of scar tissue in the lung.
Is that my background? That was always accepted on paper.
So he's trying to say, so we're losing capacity.
Put it this way, DOT is probably doing something. The only issue will be, I have to go back.
Apparently, the English might always better than the other.
I know you're.
Surface area.
Because it's kind of
Communicating.
That's good. stops. Having a couple of those little sound cannons, put one in each room sideways. One here, one there.
Every document, you can do it. Once in a while, you can change that. Sometimes you can add up. You can put like I do.
You know how to do that.
I have 3 different papers. I just want one phone, whatever, and symbol, and then do another.
Check what you made. This is my partial note. My lot is kind of like this, down into the woods. And then Linda's lot is like this. And there's a house over here on Parkview. The lot is 150 by 300. She built a fence all the way along here on both sides. So she looks out her window and she sees the couple. And I mean, I like it. It's got the deer population, birds. But it just looks like it's a shame. She's from California. My older son was girlfriend just bought a house. Okay, what's the It's at the corner lot. Small house, 2 bedroom, 1.5 bath, 4 unfinished basement.
Where the other two is, the other group of entries is structures. You get stuff on the stairs. And outside. You have to use your glass. You get like all hands. You got on team, and we have so whatever's underneath it was on the same way. That's how we get it.
What was it, 200? Try to see where my friends used to. It's a long street. I think they were down by Bellicota.
Because we're moving, many of us, everyone is focused on those areas. But still, because guys who are moving poles, you're able to run under hours of service exemption, 395 down the
Yeah, it'll go away. It's just got it's buffering.
CSA 395 that one, and
We wait till it plugged in, but they thought the private.
exemption. Put that note in there. Keeps it as soon as DOT is going to see that, it's going to ignore for any outside. Now, that's what I was saying.
What number is it?
The whole name is Rockland. And it's the same as Spencer, because they're refreshing.
Yeah, we're on the private.
And
Yeah, they caught up.
when I have a triangle, there's the edit. And in that edit, there's for a reason, and I put that in. Now, it's in print, in the daily law, okay? But he was looking for it in my pen. Okay. But, I didn't have it in the header, so we had to email the laws, and then called me over to the van.
And I remember it was a corner lot.
he looked at me, he smiled, and said, I don't believe it. And that was it. You know, that was the end of it. Okay. But he wanted to see it in the head.
We've grown and we've learned.
Right. So that's why
all the same. Regardless of where that was it poison?
You have, while you're on,
Yeah, that's what I meant at the price again. So I sold the house in the morning. We bought a little tiny cottage down the way you could see these. And then we bought a tiny condo. It's 156 in Frisco, Colorado.
They actually, there was a
square on the red border.
They grow. Yeah, and whatever, and they put notes in. And then we put general rule.
There's only 4 people watching it, 2 of us.
First aid one. So that we know that we're all going to drink. Six seconds on the dash. So we call this. So here's the first aid section. The very first section is going to tell you any of that problem.
That's a different in your emergency situation, you want to percent
I had a bottle surgery in front of you, and I want to verify what that data sheet is. Then data sheet
They're actually trying to go for it. He's got the same thing going on. That was at the last one.
Once we have the exact then we'll look at what are the.
Sure, we could just keep streaming from here. Just turn the camera on. It's kind of because it's working.
Then we go to physical and chemical properties. Stability, reactivity, toxic. And then the next 12, 13, 14, 15 sections are not.
It's not.
But there are DOT requirements, there are EPA requirements, so they're giving us additional information, especially with respect to.
Which is why, even though you're
It's calling up a bill.
which is why you have to not because now, also something else.
We use it so often, so it's
We still, section one is identifying the name of the product.
It is a good rule of thumb.
Be able to see who manufactures it.
Basically, the rule is where I would stop. But if you've been driving the radio, probably a good idea to take a hand off. Yeah, I'm not going to direct this.
Exposed to this. They swallow this product. What information to
But you go to pile to be great.
they have it for the wide response. You can't say, well,
I have the 430
and I'll call you back.
That's 8 days. It's not just how many violations you get. Read the paper.
So that number is a legitimate number for some form.
And the other time,
logs,
So again,
signing.
exact name of the
Yeah,
lot, kind of match, really good container, or tag, or whatever. Section 2 is a hazard identification. So it's going to give us some various categories, things like category 4, category 3.
So I can help fix it.
This section may not be providing the most amount of information, most useful information for you. And it's there primarily for firefighters that have category 4 toxicity is smart corruption. We're going to move on to section. So identify the name of the product,
Don't sign.
data sheets applicable to what we're looking at.
Sign
And
today.
now, I'm going to look at the, section 3.
You can sign it all.
On the ingredients.
Save it.
Yeah, we're going to look at section 3, we're going to see
Beginning and next.
chemical names and
Sign it. You sign it.
and dash coding.
Today, I log it. Yeah, who much research? You got it. Even though I didn't sign it,
This could be very,
doesn't have to be signed. You don't have to.
these are long. See if they have I have no idea. Shell, the section 2, section 3, may not be the most useful.
I was just saying, I was going to sign. You don't have to sign.
Section 4 is going to be on
You can sign it.
the first aid. So it tells us if I got in contact with the guys, those are the 4 rules of entry that you mentioned. Read them in.
That's where I get
Get down, see the poster. What's it going to be?
Next morning, start all that. It tells me that I didn't sign yesterday.
Yeah.
I signed that, then I started doing my pictures.
That his actually don't work for your body.
Okay.
He's also green.
You'll feel always.
So you don't sign. So it'll give us some information on one, right? Reading things off. Use body, the flush with water, those there's good things to mention.
I
That's some check for $7,000 to Stampede to put Christy Rico. But Stampede is fighting with Christy. They didn't work for it. So we sent the projector straight to Christy. And Stampede was getting the fee. But now they've cut the check.
If we could look at the next
Obviously,
8:55 or thereabouts, and just keep going where we are.
Another thing around my office changed, so suddenly I have 7 hours and 55 minutes left of drive time and I'm even required to take that 30-minute break. So this is another example that the duty stats offer change every time the drivers make a status change. Say your drivers have, or say you've been driving for a few hours now, and you want to go ahead and take a break. Your drivers will not be making changes here until the truck is completely stopped. Once they stop my vehicle, the system does take about 5 minutes to put it out your drivers from driving to on duty. But as soon as the truck is completely stopped, you don't want to wait that 5 minutes, say you go into a break. You can go ahead and manually change that status. Again, the truck has to be completely stopped. I'll click on the duty status circle, and I'll put myself off duty to take my 30-minute break. Here you can see it's coming down to 30 minutes, so I'm going there, so I can go back on duty. The next two features I'm going to show you here is your rule and personal conveyance. So from that duty status wheel, for your drivers to put themselves in the personal conveyance, they need to select begin personal use. So
Section 7.
Once they've left the personal use, they will be required to leave a note to say why they are in personal use, obviously on popular home, and go ahead and hit save. So here you can see on my Renaissance wheel, you can see personal. I'm now personal conveyance, and you go ahead and go home. In order for your driver to be personal conveyance, you need to be off duty, you cannot be on dispatch, and you do not have a trailer attached. Once they're home on the end personal use, they click on that Renaissance wheel, and you'll see end personal use here. The next feature I'll show you is yard move. So from the duty status wheel, you will select start a yard move. And you'll also have to make a note to say why you're using the yard move. We'll just say, and then we'll hit save. Once your drivers put themselves into yard move, automatically they will go on green as per the ELD ruling. So it will go against the on-free time for the day and not the driving time for the day. Once the yard move is complete, they'll select this duty status wheel and they'll go ahead and hit end yard move. This note, yard move needs to be used off of public roads. So the next part of the app that I'll take you guys through is roadside inspection. One of the ways where you're
the big information from hand storage. Some of them are not. Put materials together that should be together. And then how exposing them to water.
Is it also limited to being
Such things like that can have a negative impact on
yeah,
stability.
you will eliminate that's for flooding and stop here.
All right, now we're getting into the good stuff. The exposure control
And personal conveyance, you can't have trailer deck.
What do I do? All right, you're going to be using this product. You got to wear gloves. What kind of gloves are you going to put on? If it's a chemical, it's going to give me a skin contact. Skin contact. And I just put on a pair of hot gloves and leather gloves. And I feel like this stuff is good. What's the moisture is going to soak into the up. So to stay there, it's going to stay in contact. It's going to be a lot worse than if I just didn't wear it.
Yeah, so you've got the trailer. Just saying, you can't log that.
Obviously, the gloves here are going to be.
You can say,
you need to know who's wearing what gloves. Is it a
right.
nitric glove? Is it a neoprene glove? Is it a
So you're not using the LD.
We're going to get with the and counts percentage basis. You never know. 92. That only 10%. Some spots doesn't make sense,
same thing is going to apply to eye protection.
I'm going to get bumpers.
Return what's in the respirator and the wear is just that. Is that a charcoal cartridge? Is that what kind of cartridge is that? Guess what? No cartridge filter out cartridge.
Anybody have questions about roadside inspection? Do have to have that. I mean,
Some cartridges
to do with hand that
most
of the inspectors what I'm told are
are
knowledge
you're preparing your respirator for the next day. Put a new filter on there. It's got a radiation chemical inside there. That chemical, the only chemical
For that, I had it all downloaded on my phone. One card wrong.
no.
Sent me
I
information.
you just got this.
Okay.
And you didn't know.
Did you have to have the
When you know it's time to change out your cartridge, make it so hard to read because that thing is jammed up. You're going to change it.
Must be from
There are
Good
other
road.
alternatives for,
They've asked, I know,
after a little while, after that
It's called Felix and Becker.
all they want to do
It's not his old road. His old
don't
roads
just
and his
handle
old
your
stuff.
blood.
This
Put
is
in inspection.
one of the, it's supposed to be
Let's
the
actually
Blue
go
River.
through this because
And so one of the petals is like a big flower. One of the petals comes out straight and there's a big kink in it and then it swoops and it's cool.
well, they
It
can start right
was it's equal. It's one grab.
My presentations on their Facebook.
And he's probably the same guy that.
No, the woman, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna play the.
Here we go.
Inspection piece. Just continue on.
With every action that we should out, we do send driver cards along with them. Most driver cards give DOT and the driver instruction on how to inspect the app. It is very important that your drivers have the truck, have the image at all times. If DOT asks for the driver cards and the driver cannot provide it, it could be in violation. So we'll go into daily logs.
The answer was yes.
At the very bottom of the screen, we'll select inspect box.
The paper density.
Then we'll go ahead and select how many days we are inspecting, or US cycle or the Canadian cycle. We'll go ahead and put 7 days today and then inspect box.
Then it's 50% heavier.
Here you'll see some instructions for first one is to DOT your driver card, and two, count inspect on screen, which is right to the DOT officer. So your drivers will select inspect on screen. And then they'll get this little note here saying, please leave the device over to the inspector. At that point, your drivers will officially launch inspection mode and you can hand the device over. So here's some more instructions for DOT and one. This is all the same information that is on the driver card as well. The DOT officer should have the option to see header information. So this will show odometer readings, shipping documents, trailer information, or they can go ahead and inspect the box. So once they can inspect box, they can select the date that they want to go to. So we'll just go ahead and select today's date. And then you'll see the graph. Below the graph, you'll see what time you're trying to do your truck at. You'll also see the dashboard auto recorded event. So they can expand these events by selecting this triangle right here. And then what they're seeing right now, you can see log in and log out. So these are not referring to where your driver is actually logging in and out of the app. This is actually referring to where you made connection to the dashboard. So log in and made a connection to the dashboard. 840, you can see my connection was full. So on and so forth, so they can just log in and log out once a day. Scrolling down, you'll see each duty status, how long it lasted, what time it started, and then you'll see the location as well. DOT will have access to the odometer readings, engine hours, and or the diesel clock. Scrolling down here to the bottom, this is where you'll see the inspection report. You can see the one I created for you guys today at 2:06. I did not find any defects, and those returns are audited. Here, our DOT can go through the days one by one, just by selecting the arrows at the top of the screen. And once they get to that 8th day, you'll see that they cannot go back any further. They also have the ability just to quickly see the header information here as well. So if I select header, I don't have too much information for this past few days. But they'll have access to that as well. So this is driver license information, driver information, co-driver, carrier information, shipping documents, and so on. Once DOT is finished with their inspection, we'll go ahead and hit end inspection. Please return the device to the driver, and then the driver will hit done. And I'll bring the driver back into the main screen of the app.
They will take as much as they can get.
So from there, I'm going to show you guys the editing.
Okay, key there is limits the DOT inspector what you can see. He also does not see the warning. Big road puts on the log. All he sees is the log. No, he will not see them. Just you.
It doesn't take very long.
Address them.
That's why.
Even an inspection,
I don't know what size seats they are, they were 100.
he doesn't see them, all senses,
Whether it's the big one, or it's the average sort of the normal.
he's just, he, he saw them, was able to work that out. Okay.
They
They can do it right now, they can say, I don't know what they're gonna do, he hits the button and it goes.
I'm gonna have an exhaust door. Well, that's why what percentage it's gasoline
Inspection.
what kind of converter
Then he's asked me to send that. And he gave me his,
carbon
he
monoxide.
said, okay, yeah. It was just, it was the beginning,
That was
one
one
thing,
thing I'll recognize, I cut it out through, actually. There's some price I see this time, it's 500 pounds a minute. I'm in a church box,
and other things.
you know, 16 feet long, like, I already come down the hole, that's gonna fill up with poison.
Also need to have at least 8 days, blank paper logs, in your car, just for a case, you know, chills. And they can do violation for 99 paper logs, blank paper logs. Okay.
Minimum number of voting. So this section will remind you,
Useful.
the most important section in that.
So that goes down to fewer than 8 days on, then you need to know.
My log page,
Before we can discuss, by the time
You don't have to,
you're over this vote. Now, the municipal, your voter threshold, that's like 250 parts per million. So what do you think? It's hard to give you a visual.
And
you've got 8 days. Really, run for all bills. How are they going to be? They got a fair bit. They started at $50 set aside, and you have your actual amount of exposure. Very small. That's actually a good one to refer to.
Yes.
Stability, reactivity is.
How many pages?
What are the repercussions of us being connected? They're gonna explode.
We want to look at editing logs.
Something like that, so.
This is your what you can do during the day or at the end of the day if you want to clean up some things.
Talks
So
a lot of
goals,
goals.
you got even that site.
Technical here.
You got 24 hours.
In on, it's on this one, I saw, there was,
Reciting.
something that said on the back.
Every change that you do.
It said,
If I was
two
something
letter
I
B's.
sent it, I never noted.
Does anybody know that?
Why I'm sending it.
I'll see.
But I don't know.
They won't know.
Send it.
That's possible.
Suggestion.
You would think, one would hope, they would spell it out more clearly and say, maybe not answer in big letters. Pay attention. But it says 2B on there. Translation, I don't know what that means, what we want.
If you're doing it as a change.
It'll tell you about immigration, eye contact, skin contact. And then this section 12 is ecological, so what's it going to do? Definition. It's going to have a PPA impact. And somebody's going to trace it back to my job site. Efficient farm for the proper. Section 13 is more. Section 13 is the actual disposal, so we've got.
Okay, well,
Some maybe hazardous containers that will have.
sometimes they say,
Information on whether we need to
yes, you
dispose of
understand. Why?
Donation is on transportation, so it's, how does it get to job site? Again, it's going to be.
So let's take a look at editing log. So
see what, just keep going.
Contractors working.
Looks like within the app, so any providers, these drivers will not have the ability to change any drive time that was already recorded by the dash lane. They will have the ability to change on or off duty statuses, if they need to. So to make those changes, we'll select daily logs. At the very bottom of the screen, we'll select view logs. And then we'll go into today's date. Scrolling down.
So these are non-symbols
So we'll just click on this.
that you will see on all products. And now there's in 2013, the label started, the symbol started appearing on the
It's
label.
next screen.
So
The only thing
the first one,
is
health hazard, it shows up as a
status. You won't have any ability to
so
change
person
here.
that means that this is a serious health. It could be or RC.
So I'll go ahead and put myself in the sleeper. Scrolling down, I'll have to note to say exactly why I'm making the change.
So it impacts, ability to
And then we'll just say it's.
make positive damage that way.
Once
The
again,
final symbol is not there, it's been there forever, so that means that it's.
so here you can see my note, it's down here on the city side, and then here's the change. This note, administrators on the DOT will see roadside inspection and driver sees as well.
Did you see these?
If I try to change this driving in 1 minute like I created today for guys, I can highlight it for you. I can select edit. The only thing, because my fleet does allow personal conveyance,
The exclamation mark is also a health hazard, but not as serious as the
I will
first.
have to make a note to say why I wrote that change,
Health
and
hazard,
a note to
I think irritation, you move it in, and if you're out of it next day, no harm.
So next, I'll take you back to the main screen of the application, and I'll show you the messages.
Press gas, this is what it's going to be.
Drivers will have the ability to send messages.
Corrosives, acids, and toxins, anything that is burning, that corrosive symbol again, not a new symbol, border. This one there is to be there, anything that's an explosive mixture that can, disclose is, one and a half back, and probably not something we will see in construction. Playing over the phone. That's an oxidant. So on oxygen cylinders, you'll see that one. Acetylene cylinders, you'll see the flammable mixture. So that means that it's going to contribute to a bigger fire. So we want to separate the combustibles and the flammables. We're storing them anywhere, cylinders 20 feet apart, and a field. This is not regulated by OSHA, we see the dead tree and the dead fish. That's the EPA, that's the environmental hazard.
I don't want you to
just
drive it.
rinse out that hill,
I don't think I think it's
you know, street.
consensus that you're moving.
There's no crosswalk, yeah, that's not moving, poison. So we pay attention to that. So here's the standard label. It's going to have the name of the product. It's going to have more than one.
Let's do it.
It's going to have some super words on there, dangerous, it's hazardous, extremely flammable.
If we could skip ahead
Some precautionary
19 minutes,
statements.
11 seconds.
That sort of thing.
And start it there.
And then telephone number.
Which is dangerous.
Any day in Big Road. So you'll have to put
This
yourself
is a
on
variety
time,
of
and then you have to go and apply your signature to your daily log. So go ahead and open your logs.
Use
At
this.
the very bottom of the
This one
screen,
being,
I'll select view logs.
It's going to give you
And
some
go ahead and
information
select today's date.
on the health hazards, liability hazard, and FIA personal protective equipment.
I just select sign daily log.
This,
So now it's telling me that I have some validation going towards today, and I'm going to fix them. So this is just an example that if there is something missing within the application or that
you
daily
see
log,
it,
great
it's
after.
going to have a series of numbers from 0 to 4 being the worst hazard, 0 being no hazard. So this one, for flammability, so we know it's high.
Oh, that's like the location. I can see the location of my system maybe a little bit.
That's
So
all.
go ahead and go sign the log. Here I'm saying that I'm certified that my log is true and correct. I'll go to the retreat.
Different types of, different
And
numbers.
then you can see my signature as well as my daily log for that day. Going back to the main screen, after I go on the and I sign my log, the last thing I want to do is make sure I fully sign out for that. Let's set the name in the top right corner and you want to sign out.
Again, for our purposes, not trucking, transport.
And then lastly, if you need to make changes to your signature, from the menu of the top right corner of the app, you can go into the settings. From the settings menu, you can select my profile. And this is where if you scroll down, you can go ahead and make changes to your password, or you can set up your signature, or you can go ahead and set up your signature here as well. So that was a quick overview of the visual
It's up to you, depending on how tight your schedule is today. If there's room, do the line doing it. Do have to get a truck running. But the younger, it doesn't care what you're doing.
I start my first one. I'm on a horse bed. I'm happy to bring it. I take the walking machine. I'm happy to go down. Sit down. You can go to the snow up. We're right now by head. They're pretty quick on, but I'm still on duty. Still late to the truck? Okay.
When you expire that comes up in if you're saying out stuff, you've been sitting here coming back. Somebody else, when you did that, jumps into the truck and drives it for 4 hours. It looked like it should have.
So what's that doing? Log out?
Log on, log out. Then if you're still up with that truck, another driver will log in. They'll log in.
It does show what time your inspection was done, and in your report on your the day. So it'll note the time of inspection, it notes your time to shutting up. But it doesn't keep you you're not on duty.
That 14-hour clock doesn't stop anything.
And I how about this? I did that one day, and it was in the yard all day, truck wasn't moving, but I was on duty. The other day, I did my post trip, signed all the documents. I got a notification saying you weren't driving outside.
It says, signed in, ready to go.
So you know what I do now? This is fantastic. Before I step down, there's some documents for.
I will send all of them a copy of the list of all counties from this video, along with the link, so that at any point in time, you want to go self-protection. You also list where all those counties are. So you don't have to stuff. Really, you don't care about anything that's happening about the location. Well, you have to have at least 8 pages of blank paper logs with you now, just in case ELD fails. Any other questions? Mr. Cloud? What is up on the page? Yeah. Let me do some research on it, and I will email you directly. Okay, next session. Hey, orange got that. I snuck in. You know, I never I didn't want it. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Well, that's a very great one.
You guys staying in here?
Yeah, but I don't want to miss the board yet.
Lunch, you never know that.
Turnover.
For the hour? Cost you a lot more than that.
How you doing?
Inflation.
Bye. I'm in the same accident report went up there. Let's see, do I hit that one? You should. Okay. What, Steve, what's the question?
Are you streaming that one when it's flipped on?
Yes.
So, what do you need to, so there's not a camera down there, right?
Yes, there is. Well, set up down there, we just need to move the laptop, but that's not
the speakers we're doing. No, the next one.
Yeah.
So we've got speaker one to take these speakers and flip them in, aim.
I know, there's a full setup down there.
They want to double it. They want all 4 speakers to be pumped for that one.
Are those, yes, so we just need to bring these speakers in, run additional XLRs.
XLRs now, we're just going to move these up. So, the cables are running from the other 2 speakers back to here. For when this one's over, we'll just move the speakers part right up. And back this way.
That's it.
And Ryan might not be here to help do that.
And this is your controller. Forward, backwards. Cool. Right now, we're going to go to here.
Yep, it's on the screen.
Yep.
We're good. Just gotta make sure you make the 50-50 drawing here.
most part, everything's been working good all over.
Yeah.
All right, Jerry.
Good.
He just said he's back.
Go grab my pizza. No.
Thank you for your help on that.
You're very welcome, Tim. I got the feeling any people that actually do presentation like you just did. I got the feeling that definitely have been. Well, I work for these guys.
I'm in the world. Jennifer Johnson exists, but she went to change, and I don't know where she is. I'll be back.
Okay.
I just saw her.
Good job.
They won? What? What's your
I think it's one and done. Okay. Then you're gonna help me. I think John won. Okay, you could just text him
Does anybody have raffle tickets? Yes. You're gonna pull the number of the field house?
Oh, that's dangerous. Careful, red tape or orange tape.
Each and one of you share stories and share knowledge Thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you so much for your day. They make up their own? Even if they don't. And really, you do so much and talk about all my every day. More than the last day. You can't be proud. Thank you so much. We're going to be now, right? Before we do, we have very brief Oh, yeah. Just want to say, all of here today. And USA. Thank you very much. That's where the word on together. Woo! And I'm just saying, you know what? Outside of the city, I want this. So thank you all. We're all going to be there. We have some people who are they won't be around us. We have your time in today. And you're asking tell them when they can be on that. Six, 4, 8. 1, 1, 2, 8. Well, I said, we just have the other here, we're going to take this around the young ministry training, put it on the thank you so much. Well, we go one by time. Sunday down.
I actually didn't listen to it at all.
Hey guys, speakers on. Didn't hear you.
The microphone's not on yet. No, because we're live streaming. I don't want any.
We're live streaming this?
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Yeah, that's right. The microphone. Hold the microphone. It's going to use it because we want to run pretty new. So, all these and usually what I do is I on your slides. So let's see the slide. These low judges that you want more ground that's fine.
Pick up the
Pick the winner.
and then we touch it second.
Yeah.
You already turn that back up?
Had two questions.
Yeah, there's a table back there we're using.
I don't
It's supposed to extend it, that's
No, we take whatever's, oh, this will, we have what he sees.
okay. I mean, it's upstairs, I think, Bet's mentioned something we had to.
Well, the only other thing we can do is try it right now. Let me get a skill.
Okay, I got a feeling that he kind of wants to
Get moving.
Yeah, how do you,
Menu?
yeah,
Setup?
yeah,
Setup? Execute. Nope. We have, no, we should have saved it.
yeah, okay,
And then still, and then we do whatever we want there.
okay.
2. I mean, it was,
It's been not, there we go.
yeah.
I hit it the wrong side.
Exit. Still, gives you a square.
Okay, so.
First of all, please, you got your phone line, you send that vibrator, so it's not going on. So, anything, monitors down, out that door, stay out of the parking lot.
And we're broadcasting.
We're
still,
right. Nice young lady, or whatever,
so I just went live.
share around, rather than put a hand on that functions right now, so you get me. This is actually part of the leadership development series that they have. It's supposed to go through if an incident happens, how it should be handled, how the supervisor, others should handle it, go through the law.
You got this, right?
Started here.
Dynamic meeting. I'm just gonna go get myself a drink. I found yours. I didn't. Picture versus not.
You should be able to respond effectively to an incident, understand the fundamental incident analysis process, and develop corrective action plans to prevent similar accidents. They use the term react. There, the first one's respond, assess the situation, then medical needs, secure the scene, and incident response. Second, evaluate, fact finding, clean information, interview, document the information.
So what part about the standard
Analyze the factors. Determine the causal factors and determine the root cause. And then act. Develop and execute the action plan. Every company, every job site should have an emergency response plan. Select the solutions. Develop an action plan, implement corrective actions, and then follow up, evaluate progress, assess shortfalls, and additional resources. There's roles for employees, management, and supervisors. Site supervisor plays a key role. Have knowledge of the unique area, understand the processes, equipment, environment, people, know the types of questions to ask, best able to identify issues and take action, and accountability for safety in their area or your job site. I think most everybody's probably heard of the pyramid accidents. Start out with all the near misses there and discomfort reports there, got a short shoulder today or my knee hurts. I can move up to first aid incidents where somebody's got a strain or sprain and needs to be seen by a health professional. And your major recordable accidents are acute muscular skeletal
deficiencies or whatever that stands for. Musculoskeletal problems. And then you have your fatal or your serious injury. Okay. Which of the following quotes represents a near miss? The brick fell out the window and almost hit Bob. I tripped over a pile of bricks and sprained my ankle. I often wake up at night with a tingling in my hands. I have a strange wrist to the running jacket. A. You'd be correct. A. That's one where something almost happened. Near miss. Do you think people report every near miss that occurs? No. Depending on what the near miss is, really want to think about reporting near misses because near misses add up and eventually you turn into injury. Best thing you can do is when you have near misses is discuss it with the people on your crew, discuss it with your safety representative, and it shouldn't be a secret. Let somebody know that something almost happened, and then whatever caused that to be a near miss, you can maybe prevent it from becoming an injury. Something similar happens the next time. So, why don't you report your near miss? Anybody? Paperwork? Yeah, nobody wants paperwork, but in doing that paperwork, you're able to share that and hopefully prevent one. Other types of incidents could be property damages. There you back into another vehicle or a piece of equipment, damages something on somebody's property. Vehicle accidents, environmental issues there, hydraulic line on a piece of machinery, non-employee injuries, pedestrians, visitors, vendors, or other contractors that have to be on your site. You need to plan ahead. You didn't plan ahead very good when you started thinking.
That's interesting.
Before work begins, an emergency response plan should be developed and communicated, and the plan should include site-specific evaluation. You call the plan and emergency response plan. There you want to look at the sites you're going to be working on. Whether it's in a building, out in the field, in another client's property. You need to develop a site-specific evaluation. Probably the anticipated hazards, chemicals that are there. If you're outside, what kind of wildlife might be around. And then a site-specific health and safety plan for a New York State DOT job. And going through the proposal for the job from the state, and a specific warning about rattlesnakes in that area. So that'll be an example of wildlife. Or anything like that that may injure somebody. Atmospheric conditions. There, if you're working inside, there you're going to have some type of equipment. If you're going into a confined space, if there's flammables involved, and interfacing with the public. How much public is going to be around your work site? Media sensitivity, barriers to emergency response, if any. Are you going to have you in a remote location where you need somebody to respond to an emergency? Are they going to be able to get to you? They can't get to you. How are you going to get to you? Remote location, and information about contacting authorities in that jurisdiction.
Before work begins, an emergency response plan should be developed and communicated. Plan should include emergency response organizations, addresses and phone numbers, ambulance services, medical facilities, and nearby hospitals and clinics. Almost any job that I've done such specific health and safety plans for, emergency contact list, their map and directions, the nearest medical facility, all that should be put together and should be on-site and possibly approved in that. OSHA requires response time of 3 to 4 minutes. So unless you're having to be working in a hospital parking lot, you want to make sure that you have somebody trained in first aid, CPR on site. Vestibule and retrieval services. Whether you might be hazmat, environmental reporting agencies, and other stakeholders, owners, authorities, and jurisdictions. Before work begins, an emergency response plan should be developed and communicated. Plan should include first aid, list of trained personnel. What happens if you only got one guy that has first aid training and he's the one that gets injured? It's always a good idea to have a couple of people on your site that have first aid, CPR, AED training. Make sure that you have adequate first aid supplies. You should, just like your fire extinguishers, check them monthly. At a minimum, you ought to be checking your first aid kits that you have in your vehicles or in your garage trailers. Because more than not, you open it up and Band-Aid. You need to make sure your default's hot. What happens if the first aid person needs first aid? That's the reason why you want to have more than one trained person on site. Before work begins, an emergency response plan should be developed and communicated, and it should also include communication. It will vary depending on a number of factors, site-specific orientation or training, ensure employees, subcontractors, and vendors, etc., understand site-specific hazards and procedures. Personal emergency contacts. Incident reporting considerations. Again, respond, assess the situation. What medical needs there are. Is the scene secure? Provide initial on-site response. Assess the situation. Is it safe for you to enter the area? If you're working in a building that has chemicals, something happens, you go to the door and there's somebody passed out in there, you don't want to just rush in there. Whatever knocked them out is most likely going to take you down too. Happens a lot on family farms. Somebody gets in a silo with the methane that's produced is hay and silage is breaking down. They lost whole farm family. They're going in after another to keep trying to rescue something. Okay, assess the situation again. Secure scene. Ensure conditions are no longer hazardous. Scan for other potential hazards. Cordon off to ensure the integrity of the scene is needed. And retain relevant items such as that could explain the accident. Do not discard until advised by your insurance carrier. Again, evaluate medical needs, whether it's just first aid, what type of medical care they may need, whether an ambulance needs to be called, take care of the employee, by first aid, transport to the medical care facility. You'll see a little later on in this, somebody gets injured on the job site, whether it's other than paper cut. If they've sprained something, had a head injury there, they may have fallen down for some reason, or ran their head in a pothole back at pocket. Well, whatever it is, never tell the guys, why don't you go see, forward urgent care. Supervisor wants to transport that person, don't ever put an injured person in their car and tell them, go get it taken care of. And then meet them at the emergency room or urgent care. Secure the accident scene. Notify management, there, your project manager, safety. Start incident reporting and analysis process. Initial response, supervisor best practices. Effective response involves more than just adhering to the policy. How you respond is just as important as the response itself. During initial interaction with the injured employee, demonstrate concern. Communicate policies and expectations. Ask yourself, how would I want to be treated if I were in?
Wheel socks are great thing. What
Go ahead, and then go like this. Hey Dave, I heard you just got hurt. What'd you do? I was walking by the website and I was going to put them down. It's not that bad, is it? You're going to be able to keep working, aren't you? I don't think so. It's so bad. I heard one open close my hand. Well, we don't have time for this thing right now. Just take you off to some doctor. Yeah, these things done. Why don't you put some ice on? See if that works. You mean I shouldn't go to a doctor? You think it's that serious? I think I should go see somebody. This is really strong. Maybe it's wrong. Slow up a little bit. Well, okay. Just not a good time. I've got a lot of things to do. Supposed to be at a meeting. I've got to make some phone calls. It's just not. I'm not going to do this over planning. How long is it going to take? I don't know. Just stay here. I'll get back to you. Stay right there.
Okay, and you're going to treat somebody like that. That's an example of how a situation can be handled.
Hey Dave, I heard you just got hurt. Are you okay? My wrist is pretty sore and bothering me. I landed on pretty hard when I went down. It looks like it's swelled. Okay, well we better get you off to the doctor. I'll make sure it doesn't get any worse for you. I'll take you myself. I just need to make a phone call and tell him I can't be at this meeting. Hey Terrence! Hey, can you take Dave up to the trails? Get some ice put on that wrist for me? No, I'm going to meet you guys up at the trailer. Give me a couple minutes. And then I'll take you off to the doctor, okay? Alright, thanks. Great, no problem.
Yeah, that's how you gotta handle the situation with somebody there. Somebody trips and falls, sprains their wrist, ask them how they are, show some concern, make arrangements so that you can take them to the medical. Which scenario will probably have a better outcome for the employee and for the contractor? Number 2. Welcome to King Ninjas at work. How would you want their supervisor to respond? Okay, as far as reporting it, follow your company's reporting procedures. Employees, supervisors, management. Management may also need to notify other parties, depending on the incident. They may have to notify their insurance carrier. They may have to notify OSHA. Owners, other contractors on the site, Insurance company, authorities having jurisdiction. OSHA must be notified of any incident resulting in death, amputation, loss of an eye, or a hospitalized worker. A hospitalized worker is somebody that is committed into the hospital. You can take somebody to get looked at, and they might be kept there for observation, but as long as they don't actually admit them into the hospital, that's not something that you gotta report to OSHA. However, the amputations doesn't mean losing a whole finger, arm, leg, toes, it's any, could be your fingertip. There, where they came up with kind of the newer definitions of amputation is all the people working in delis, meat slicers. You know, take a quarter-inch off all their slices of meat. Just cut the end of your finger like that. It's considered an amputation. So you got 8 hours to report a death. Amputations, loss of an eye, or a hospitalization of a worker, you got within 24 hours you have to report that. 24 hours of the incident? Yes. That, as far as hospitalization goes, within 24 hours of when they were admitted. So that could be in there overnight for observation, and then they decide, oh, we're going to admit them. As soon as they're admitted, you have 24 hours. So, incident response, there you assess the situation, respond effectively, provide appropriate medical care, secure the scene, and make your notification. The next step, the evaluation, fact finding, not fault finding, but fact finding. They're scene information, interview people that were there, document that information, don't just keep it in your head, write it down, analyze the facts, determine the causal factors, why it happened, and then dive down and try to find the root cause. So fact finding, scene information, interview, document the information, the scene, note the general conditions around the area, look for leftover clues. There's broken parts, tire tracks, position of controls and switches, location of materials and equipment. Familiarize yourself with the process and equipment. If you're going to investigate it, you need to know what they were doing, how they were doing it, where were items coming from or going to. Reenact the incident at the scene. Gives you an opportunity to understand what and how it happened, and exercise caution.
The person's got his head inside it. Holds with this and metal for a while. About 10 minutes. Bring it back.
Hey guys, thanks for coming on down here, taking the time to do this action, talk about what happened today here. We want to learn what happened here. We get a better idea what's going on, so you better understand the situation. Can you guys show me where you were when this accident happened? Okay, here, you came in, show me the path you took. Tell me what you were doing and what you saw prior to your slip and fall.
No EHD.
I think you were down in the bottom of the bottom, that's all. I tried to show you something with well, we see the water or the hose. I slipped over it, fell and losing my leg. Okay, Jared, what did you see? What were you?
You know what that is? That is perhaps.
Oh, something wrong. I glanced up and I said, well, then I focused that down on the work. Next thing I know, David's on the ground, so I really didn't see him fall. I didn't see him until after it happened. Okay, and Greg, show me where you were when this happened, when Dave fell. Or go by the door when Dave came into the area. We nodded and saw each other. I turned my back, and when I turned, back then he was on the ground holding his wrist. I couldn't hear anything with the saw rod. Okay, so as I understand it, you two were doing your activity, you're not paying attention to when Dave walked into the area. Dave, you came through this area, carrying your box, and you tripped over the hose and fell on the ground right over there. That sounds about right. Okay, and Greg, you turned away and didn't actually see Dave fall, is that correct? And it happened right over here? Is that correct, Dave? Great. Now, as you all recall here, was this the scene? Is this the way it looked when the accident happened? Anything missing? Alright, great. Alright, thanks for taking the time and reviewing this accident with me. I really appreciate it.
Make sure you leave his property.
Okay, group activity, what did we learn? Yes, the facts we just learned in the accident reenactment video. C, he was carrying a box with an obstructed view. Did that up here, you couldn't see down below it. Water accumulated on the floor from the hose from the wet saw operation. The employee tripped on the hose, worker fell, hurt his wrist. Take photos of the accident scene. Everybody has usually a cell phone with a camera in their pocket. Take lots of photos. An overview, mid-range, close-ups. I get a lot of MVA photos there. That's a picture of the dent in something. You can't tell what happened, whether it was on the highway, whether it was in a parking lot. You want to take photos from a wide range, especially if you're in a situation where you got you're working on the highway, you got the traffic set up, somebody comes into your zone. You want to take some of those pictures back far enough that you show that cones were in place, you had signs. You need to see a wider range than just the dent. Highlight significant details such as skid marks or broken parts. Use reference items to help give size perspective. Record what the photo contains and its orientation. And use objects or people to identify areas of focus or to represent the position of the people at the time of the accident.
Really interesting when you say, hey guys, you check those, right? Yep. So that's the 277 story. They're now 80 in Sparks. Over your vertical stores. I don't have to wait to talk.
Anyway, in the upper right there, you see the area that he walked through. On the left-hand side, it's the wet saw. Garden hose going across the path that the guy was taking. One from a little farther back. Looks like there's also a pallet on the floor there. And you can also draw sketches. If you aren't able to take photos, draw a sketch. Be accurate in representing the accident scene. Indicate employee movement using arrows and symbols. Mark the location of all pertinent items. Identify two fixed reference points to pinpoint the accident location. Notate measurements that have a bearing on the accident. Indicate the direction of north, or attach a map or a floor plan. Here's an example of what they had in the photos. There. You got this time it's looking from a different direction. You got the tank there, the saw in the lower right-hand corner. Where the hose goes for the hookup, where Dave's path was, and where he tripped over the hose. Best practices when interviewing. Focus on finding facts, not blaming somebody. Conduct interviews promptly. Speak to witnesses in one-on-one in private setting. It's fine to meet with them like that guy did, but at some point you want to talk to each individual by themselves. Be prepared for the interview. Know what questions you want to ask. Have a paper and pen. Plan for an adequate amount of time. And if necessary, enlist the help of an interpreter. In the interview process, explain the purpose, why you want to talk to them. Listen to what they have to say. Ask open-ended questions and solicit suggestions from them. You see an accident take place, make a mental note of what happened, and ask yourself the following questions. Where were you when it happened? Where were other people? What were you doing at the time? What equipment was involved? Where was the injured person and what work was being done? What was the event sequence? Witnesses there, if you're interviewed, cooperate in the incident analysis process. Share first-hand information, not that you heard it from his brother's cousin after the fact. Remember, it's about fact-finding, not blame-finding. Your input could be key to helping prevent someone from becoming injured in the future. Okay, documents, their expectations, safety policies and procedures. There was a job safety analysis, the JSA, something that all the steps in what job you were doing, what the dangers were, and how you were supposed to avoid it. What was the standard operating procedure? Any training records for the individuals, accident reports, first aid logs, and near miss and discomfort reports. Document review, supervisor identifies 2 issues in the document review. Finding 1, previous site audit showed the hose should be replaced. Why the floor was wet. Somebody apparently said, hey, this thing's got a leak. Nobody fixed it. And finding 2, first aid log revealed there were 2 other slips and fall incidents in the past year in the same work area.
You should have training. Your training and procedures to shut things down.
Analyze the facts, determine the causal factors, and determine the root cause.
There's no answer to
You get yourself to asking why. What versus why? After fact-finding phase, you should have a good idea of what happened. Now you must answer why it happened. What? Pulling out your equipment without the guard in place. Why? The guard was broken, the repair parts are hard to get, they're expensive. The project did not stock the parts, so they were unable to make the repairs. They left the equipment in service until repair parts arrived. Another what? Employee tripped over construction debris left in the hallway. Why'd that happen? Subcontractor let housekeeping slide in order to get more work completed in order to get back on schedule. Happens a lot. They're getting behind. Their housekeeping is one of the biggest causes of slip, trips, and falls. They're stuck laying around. We went over this earlier, did part of an office safety presentation.
Make sure you stay
Boxes in the hallway, stuff on the floor around your desk, somebody gets up, file cabinet doors. Housekeeping doesn't matter whether it's in the office, whether it's out in the field. To address the root cause, it's important to find the why before attacking the problem. What? Employee operating equipment without the guard in place. Corrective action, discipline employee for not following work rules. Why? Guard was broken, repair parts are hard to get and expensive, need stock parts, they're corrective action, improved inventory system to ensure critical parts are available to repair broken guard. Any piece of machinery or equipment that has a guard on it that is something required for the operation of the piece of machinery or the tool, there needs to have the guard in place. Don't operate something there that the guard's missing. A big one is grinders. Everybody has a problem with a grinder. I can't get in there with the guard on it. You can't get it in, what you gotta do with the guard on it, you've got the wrong tool. There's something else out there that you can use.
This is 1989 legal standard.
Okay, back to the what? Employee tripped over construction debris left in the hallway. Corrective action. Tell employee to pay more attention. He or she is not walking. That's none of these ones in the white handle. That's the way to handle it. Why? Corrective action. Enforce housekeeping policy. The subcontractor or contractor yourself sign cleanup team immediately and back charge for time.
Why not? Isn't this machine running?
To address the root cause, it's important to find the why before attacking the problem. Again, the employee operated equipment without the guard in place. Corrective action is from the employee for not following work rules. And the guard was broken, the corrective action is improved inventory. Okay, employee tripped over the construction debris, corrective action. Tell the employee to pay more attention. Subcontractor. I think that's key. Different methods are available for root cause analysis. Focus on the disease rather than the symptom. Not enough time in the day to review in depth. Act. Develop and execute action plans. Select solutions. Develop an action plan. Implement corrective actions. And follow up. Evaluate progress and follow up. Assess shortfalls and need for additional resources. If you need more help, there you need to get. Right, when you're writing accident analysis reports, assume the reader does not know anything about the accident, the worker, or the accident scene. Focus on the facts, not the picture. Describe the 6 W's. Provide sufficient detail and be clear and concise. Attach supporting materials to your report, such as photographs or diagrams. And corrective actions based on why, not what. Are all those what in corrective actions being telling the guy not to do it again? Look on the why it happened. Okay, writing up a meaningful action plan there. T, time sensitive. A, sign. S, specific actions. And K, for keep track and follow up. Follow up is important. Safety Committee will discuss the importance of inspecting the work areas during their July safety meeting. Following this session, the safety manager will demonstrate on what hazards in the work areas. The safety manager will participate in the July inspection to make sure the team does an adequate job inspecting the work areas. The safety manager will provide feedback to the committee at the next safety committee meeting. So, from that, I'm assuming that the incident happened in June or early July before the safety committee meeting. They should meet, discuss it, try to take action so that something like that doesn't happen again.
You think that's what people know. What's unreported? You're in somebody else's building. You're in somebody else's site.
Okay. Follow up is critical. Assign responsibility for completion. Someone or a team of someone should monitor to make sure corrective actions are taken. And check to determine if corrective action reduced or eliminated the repeat of the action. Okay. Remember, everyone plays a role in this. It's not just the employee, it's not just the foreman, the supervisor, the project manager. Everyone plays a role. Planning is critical. Pre-construction, emergency response plans, site-specific safety plans, on-site pre-task planning, your JHAs or JSAs, communicate with the crew, train on appropriate procedures. And incident prevention is the goal. Everyone deserves a safe workplace. Incident analysis should focus on preventing reoccurrence. And if you see unsafe condition or behavior, say something. As far as, especially true in housekeeping there, don't just walk by something that's laying in a pathway, materials from the job site that are scattered. Talk to the person responsible for taking care of that area, or stop and do it yourself. I think that was a little fast. No, not so. Good job. Who has some questions? Somebody must have something. How many people in this room have first aid CPR? 10 years. 10 years? 10 years. Certification. 2 years. Need something to talk to supervisors about. I see you're with TCG. They've got in-house people who do that for you. Anyway, anything else? Yes.
We touched a little bit on like water safety classes, things involved in a procedures and procedures. So that even the advent of environments that are out there.
If you're in an accident, an NDA, the first thing there is you want to make sure that somebody's not in immediate danger. They tell you now, get off the roadway if you can. As far as making statements, that's not to make any statement to somebody that is not your company representative. It doesn't matter what the situation is, whether it's an NBA or something else that happens. The news cameras show up, they're going to go over and tell them, I saw this or I saw that, that's not right. I don't know what everybody's corporate policies are, but in your health and safety employee handbooks, they're I know almost all of them covering that. As far as your part, if something happens on your side, the roadway you're on, take some photographs. If you're trying to, you weren't in the wrong, somebody hit your vehicle, drove into your work zone, get those pictures, even if they say, my fault, it's okay. Could be 6 months or a year down the road, and blame the car, blame the cars. Some people think you're just saying that we can do that. No matter how minor it is, you want to make sure that you get a incident report started. Your company, depending on who you work for, most likely has a safety representative. Get them involved right away. Get the facts down before you start trying to remember what happened. And I know in PCB's case, CP Ward's case, every municipal bump department has a nice little folded 8x11 sheet of paper that you can draw a diagram on. You can get license information, insurance information. It's a good little piece of paper to get some notes down on when an incident happens.
I know that.
Anybody else?
Just let the school go.
No? Yeah? Okay. Well,
one day I'm talking to somebody, I hear 12 shot.
where's our diver?
Or leave it out.
Don't leave without getting down.
I got down.
I get down.
Yeah, I Hey, it's like Pioneer. Yeah, or JD. You can't read.
Turn all those records over to when I do it. Hi, Chris. Thanks, Jay. Or do you just gotta use, well, they can search it and see, but I wouldn't, if you got a question, I'd ask him.
Right now.
Were you with Maple Street?
Yeah, so I think
I'm about 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, I'm close.
Started in 76.
What's that?
I think you're going to bring it.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, I think.
Already got mine. Okay.
One big section.
Oh, yeah, this is powers and section group section.
I'm good. I'm returning too, so okay.
I'll just see you right back.
They're still in for a minute. He's got my boot right.
Okay. 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I got it.
Okay.
My home son with the coronavirus thing there.
Certified?
Friends of mine.
Dog out and dog back off. Stop there again.
You started to keep up with this guy.
Come on.
Pull that.
I can do that.
We're still on.
Oh, yeah.
And we understand what's going on, their heightened concerns and that, so.
I haven't seen anything like this where I'm going to call it panic. There's one of the things that I've seen there is just in 2020, more people died from taking selfies in the United States. Normal food.
I'm listening.
Yeah, that's okay.
You got it.
Thousands. I think I saw 32,000 people last year. And I don't know.
Yeah, and you know, like when I get manicures on, and they want time when they can, you know, to go home. And now they're kind of like,
do I?
Yeah.
That big head. I don't want to put in some stuff.
Probably.
That's all I get to.
Or as reasonable people across the work in the trades and reviews. What? Yeah, like the something like that.
Am I supposed to give this to you? I know.
Unless they take the
So
curtain
this is orange and yellow.
right here. Both of them. If they take that damn curtain down, you'll have orange and yellow all together.
And that's what they're going to be doing shortly. Yeah, watch out for that.
Not for the safety of many of them. And you would ask, taking with this job, how long really different than anyone else. So there's been more discussion on better ways of doing it. So yeah. So, I'm sure I'll get it, what the source of the
Yes, yeah, they're going to.
I'm going to go with this one is for real people, I'm going to do it. You see a couple ladies here, I see a bunch of gentlemen in a question for you. Ladies, you don't get your personal please. Earrings, necklaces. Clothes, you get something that's very key. Gentlemen, just like watch, background, something, your wallet, your keys. Do you ever get any of those things? No, here's a question, please show it here. How many of you ever forgot to put your clothes on before work?
I didn't want to disconnect this computer. Right. Switch it.
How many of you ever forgot to put your clotes on? Nobody, why? Because you have to, you don't forget it, why? It's a core value to why it's important. Is anything else any different?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's important, I'm not going to say it's less important. Anything else is part of any company. It's part of all of the single level. I started late, and I take the time I should be, and I thank you for your attention, and hopefully the first one will be some thoughts. And you'll be close.
No, I like it.
I think Steve's either running or going.
But let me
Oh, they wanted these speakers.
Yeah, they wanted the speaker. He already took that one.
And you put them over here.
Yes, he's already taken the speakers.
We might as well just try and put that. There. I don't even. Programs now.